Welcome everyone to CYBATHLON 2020 Global Edition, or as we say in Switzerland, Grüezi miteinander. It's the second time Grüezi miteinander. If you have watched us from the beginning, you noticed we had some sound problems. We really apologize for this. But hey, that's live TV, isn't it? So, CYBATHLON 2020, it's a really special edition. Because of the pandemic worldwide, the teams could not come here, and we will do the live things from here and the rest from all over the world. We are here at the architecture building on the beautiful campus Hönkerberg, which is a little bit above Zurich and belongs to the ETH. So we will see some tracks here, and these are the tracks the teams used from Switzerland. But because of the pandemic, the teams could not come to Switzerland and fight against each other live, but they had to build their own parkours back home, like this one. Stairs up and down, no problem for me, but with the exoskeletons, with wheelchairs or with leg prostheses, it's going to be very hard and excellent to watch those pilots to do this. Well, CYBATHLON is a very special edition. As I said, the teams recorded their races back home, sent everything here to Zurich, and we put it together now in one live event. We have 49 teams from the whole world competing against each other from 20 different countries. They come, as you see on our screen, and yeah, I think it's soon time to start the show. But I want to say you one thing. Inclusion for CYBATHLON, very important, and that's why that live stream will be translated to 7 different languages, will be subtitled, and it will also be translated into sign language, which I think is a beautiful thing. So, CYBATHLON 2020 Global Edition, our second try. I hope it works now. Let's go.
CYBATHLON 2020 Global Edition. An event where pilots with disabilities and technology developers perform at their best. Who will win? Over 50 teams take part from countries around the globe. Who has developed the best technology together with their pilot? Competitions are held in 6 separate disciplines. It's all about solving tasks of everyday life. In the powered arm prosthesis race, the pilots with an amputation or dysmelia have to manipulate and feel hidden objects with their prosthetic arms. In the powered exoskeleton race, pilots with a paralysis of the legs have to master a course with exoskeletons. And in the powered wheelchair race, pilots with a walking disability must even maneuver their robotic wheelchairs over stairs. In the BCI discipline, the pilots with a paralysis at the neck level compete in a computer game using only the power of thought. In the power leg prosthesis race, pilots with above-knee amputation or dysmelia use prosthetic legs to overcome everyday obstacles. And in the functional electrical stimulation bike race, pilots ride a bike as fast as possible by applying an external current that makes their paralyzed leg muscles contract. Who will win? Required are agility, precision, concentration, and endurance. Advanced technologies can make life easier for people with disabilities. At the CYBATHLON, equal opportunities are a priority. Technology, competitive spirit, and emotions. That's the CYBATHLON 2020 Global Edition.
We're in the top floor of this architecture building right now, and downstairs all the technicians are working. Well, actually, those technicians you see right now, that's only a small part. So you see, CYBATHLON 2020 Global Edition is a huge project we're doing right now. And as you see, I wear a mask, safety first. As soon as we have 2 persons or more, we wear the mask. So I want to introduce you now to the director of CYBATHLON, Roland Sigrist. Roland, about technique. There's a lot of technique going on right now, but also for the races, all the teams had to produce their races by themselves. How did you manage to do all this?
Exactly. We published races and rules already 3 years ago. And when we switched to this global edition, the teams had to build their race obstacles on their own according to the rules. Of course, some of the teams already had all the obstacles for training, but still we need to have the teams with the exact obstacles that are used in the competition.
Yeah, not only the stairs or the floors had to be the same, also the small objects you use had to be the same, actually.
We sent the small obstacles to all the teams. For example, the jam jars that are used in the arm prosthesis race were prepared here in Switzerland, and we distributed them all over the world.
So now, because everybody has the same objects, everything the same, doesn't really mean that everybody sticks to the rules. So that says you had referees all over the world for this project.
We recruited referees all over the world in the last months. We trained them also via video conferences. We did small tests with them, and now they are ready to judge on site the performance of the pilots.
Thank you very much, Roland Ziglisch, director of CYBATHLON. And same conditions for everybody actually all over the world. But now for every championship you need a commentator. Our commentator is Nick Fellows. He is in England. He's commentating from right there. So Nick, what are you looking forward to most today?
Thank you, Stefan, and welcome to the commentary box. Let me first say it's an absolute privilege and honour to be part of the CYBATHLON 2020 team. I first saw the event back in 2016, and I think this year promises to be bigger, better, and a true competition. As a commentator, I've been around a long time. I've done 14 Olympic Games, summer and winter, 6 Paralympics. So you ask me, which of the competitions am I looking forward to? I have to say, all 6 of them will see pilots pushing the boundaries, not only with their own abilities, but also with the technology. Bring it on. It's going to be a fantastic day.
Thank you very much, Nick. Looking forward for your commentary. And yeah, he likes all the disciplines. But our first competition will be the brain-computer interface race. And I welcome now our expert. It's Nicole Wenderoth. She's professor for neural movement of neural control of movement, a very hard profession. You will assist Nick while commenting the race, the BCI race. How did you prepare yourself for this race?
So I was lucky because we had a team that also participated in this BCI race. So I knew the rules of the game quite well. And I also had a look at the other team to see a little bit what they were doing. And of course, Nick was there, and it was actually great fun to do the commentary together with him.
Very good. So the BCI race, that means you connect the brain with the computer. That maybe sounds a little bit scary. How scary is it, that BCI?
It's not scary at all. So we are trying to measure activity of the brain from the outside. These are tiny little signals, and these pilots really have to train very hard to talk to us, if you like. And nothing of that is painful, or you don't feel it, but suddenly you see the avatar hopefully moving into the right direction.
When you watch these pilots moving that avatar, what impresses you most about what they're doing?
So, you know, all that is happening in your mind. And you're in a situation of a competition, which is a little bit emotional. You might be a little bit nervous. You might see, oh, now it's not going so well, but still you have to stay calm, and you really have to focus on what you have to do to talk to your avatar via the BCI. And I think that is extremely difficult.
I'm sure it's difficult, and we want to know how difficult it is. The brain-computer interface race, that's our first competition at this year's CYBATHLON 2020, and that's how it works.
Control with the power of your mind. What sounds like science fiction is reality in the BCI discipline. A brain-computer interface, BCI for short, recognizes brain activity and translates it into computer signals. The pilot's task, successfully steering their vehicle along a winding route and switching on the headlights at the right moment. Concentration and precision are required. Every wrong brain signal slows down the vehicle. Whoever goes the furthest in 4 minutes wins.
So in the race, there are actually 3 commands. It's left, right, lights on, and no command. So Nicole, if somebody tells me, don't think, I will think for sure. So how hard is that no command section?
Yeah, that is exactly right. So it's very difficult to think nothing in particular. So the way how these BCIs work is you have to produce very characteristic patterns for these different commands. And for the do nothing, you try to produce nothing in particular. And that is not easy.
I'm sure it's not easy. So how much training does it need until you can do no command?
Yeah, so usually you need a lot of training to control this BCI to the level these pilots are doing it. So our pilot had more than 30 sessions over really many weeks and months. And particularly the command, do nothing. It's really one of the most difficult things to do, particularly in the situation where you are in a competition, because doing nothing is more difficult if you are a little bit engaged.
Absolutely. We have 6 teams competing, and we want to bring you closer one of the teams right now. It's a team from Britain.
I had a spinal injury in 2003 when I had a motorbike accident. That means that I have no sensation from my high chest down to my toes, really. So I've liked sports all my life. I guess it's the competition that I like. I like playing, participating, and particularly winning. We seem to have a good project in place now, and we can compete on a competitive level with anyone else. I hope to do well in Zurich. It's our dream that we do quite well.
That's our British team, and Nicole, you know all of them. Where do they stand compared to the other teams?
Yeah, it's a little bit difficult to say. So from the hardware side, all teams are using similar hardware. The little tricks and the secrets are in the algorithm and, of course, the performance of the pilot. And I think that will be decisive today.
We're going to talk about the tricks a little bit later. We think it's time now to have a look at these first races. You will comment together with Nick Fellows. I think it's time to get the CYBATHLON started.
First race of CYBATHLON 2020, and it is the brain-computer interface race. On screen is Owen Collum for the United Kingdom, one of the experienced competitors out there today. Nicole, it looks like something out of a sci-fi movie. This is something very special indeed. Please tell us.
Nick, I think I lost you a little bit, but what is happening here, our pilot is trying to imagine different movements to control the avatar and to steer it either to the left or to the right. What you see here now, he is sending the command to go to the right, and he is doing that by imagining a movement only in his head.
There are 16 sections to navigate, over 500 virtual meters. Now, Nicole, of course, they've practiced hard before, but when you come to the competition zone, it really does test the performer, or the pilot, as we call them.
Exactly, because with our technology, we are seeing everything that is happening in the brain. So when you're a little bit nervous, when your concentration or your focus slips a little bit, that is picked up by the technology. And that makes it so difficult to perform in this competition where you are emotionally much more involved, a little bit nervous, more things around you to distract you from the task at hand.
And it truly is very, very special indeed that this avatar, this computer game, is only being operated by the brain. You're not even allowed to blink your eyes, but it has such an important research and development for computers, for wheelchairs, for people with limited ability to move. This is a great competition, and believe you me, Owen Collum out there right now really wants to win it, but this has huge ramifications, huge possibilities for the future, Nicole.
That's right, because here the technology is really put to a test. So what you see, what the pilots have to do is to send their command on a specific time to really control the avatar. And you see how difficult that is. So this is a real-world test, if you like.
Now let's move on to the Phoenix team, and we go to China. The pilot is Ma Yu-shik. Now let's take a look at Ma here. Very much all about Chinese mythology. The phoenix, the king of birds, and is to reborn. But Colin has set a good target time here, and you can see Team Phoenix in a little bit of trouble here, not quite getting that clean line with the avatar, Nicole.
That's correct. So the challenge is our pilot has to send a specific command. Now, for example, the lights have to be switched on, and sometimes it's very hard to produce this command if you only can do it in your mind.
It really is fantastic to see, but not perhaps as easy as it looks. Of course, Team Phoenix are out of the University of Hong Kong. And remember, it is 500 virtual meters across 16 sections. But you can see that avatar moves so much more effectively and quickly. It is a race, remember, when you keep it right in that central line. Team Phoenix just struggling a little here, Nicole.
Yes, so I think that is really the challenge to, to make your mind work, to send the right command at the right time. And you can see you're a little bit punished here if you have a misunderstanding with the interface, that you are slowed down.
Good work from the Chinese pilots, keeping the focus and looking to stay in the chase for one of the medals.
Exactly, and now a new command needs to be sent, and our pilot is now exactly trying to go to the right, but a little bit struggling here. And now picking up pace again. And now the headlights have to switch on, which is another command, just happened. Moving very quickly.
Now let's move, Nicole, to the Austrian team out of the University of Graz. The pilot is Pascal Prietl. And again, Graz University, part of the competition, the first ever CYBATHLON in 2016. And the pilot himself loves this BCI, this brain-computer interface race, saying that it just gives him so much more feeling of independence.
Yeah, so here the pilot can really, you see when it goes very nicely, the pilot is really on control of the avatar. And of course that is something that is not achievable if you cannot move your extremities anymore, what is very often the case in these pilots. And the hope is that they will regain independence via this technology, or a higher level of independence than they have right now.
And of course, the full control commands right and left can be anticipated, and also switching on the lights is all about reacting, Nicole, to a changing environment.
Exactly, and that is a little bit a test for the technology. How quickly can you pick up that the pilot changes its intention to do something? In real life, that is very important, that this is fast but also reliable, so that you can really read the intention of the pilot with the technology. And one thing that makes it difficult is when you have to not do it in a lab of a university, but outside in the world, where of course you have a lot of disturbances, not only for the mind of the pilot, but also for the technology itself, where you pick up a lot of noise and influences that is not coming from the brain of the pilot, but from other sources that can distort the commands and the communication with the interface.
I just love that shot in the right-hand corner of Pascal. Absolutely focused, working that avatar. Once he gets that rhythm and that straight line, he knows he's in the chase. Now, let's quickly jump to the Italian, WHI. Now, of course, this is Francisco Bertella is the pilot here, a Paralympic swimmer with 2 silver medals. But this is a very different challenge than being in the pool today for Francisco and his team, WHI.
I think Francesco started brilliantly, so very, very quickly back on track, even if he's struggling a little bit. So I think the first part was very good. You can also see in his face that he's really focusing a lot on controlling the BCI here. Excellent performance.
That's a very good point that you make, Nicole, because he said that the key to success for him in this race is to stay calm, to be consistent and constant. And this is a very good performance from the Italian.
Yeah, actually, the staying calm is a challenge in itself. So the BCI requires you to not send a command in certain periods, and that is not so easy because there you have to produce no particular activity, and that's more difficult than you think.
Well, he'll be challenging for Olympic glory in Tokyo next summer, but at CYBATHLON 2020, this is really pushing Francisco Batella, but the focus and the commitment is so impressive here.
Yeah, I think another challenge is that when you're physically active and emotions are running high, you can translate it into more effort, more activity. Here it's the opposite. You have to stay calm and let your mind do the work.
And this is a brilliant performance from the Italian, definitely in the chase for the medals.
And we are back here in the architecture building at ETH Hönkerberg together with Nicole Wenderoth. Nicole, I didn't know that thinking can be so exciting.
That's true.
How was it for you to comment the race?
It was very nice to see that. So you can also imagine what the athletes are really feeling while they're doing that, right? And you can also see sometimes it must be really frustrating when you try to take a corner and it doesn't quite work. So I think that makes it very nice also for the spectators to watch what's going on.
If I would bump into the side with the avatar all the time, I would get angry, but you should not get angry. That's very hard to do, is it?
Exactly. So it's really about sending this command. And you know how you do that. So for example, if you go into a left turn, the pilots, they will imagine that they move their left hand. So they try to generate the feeling of opening and closing the hand. And of course, when you are stuck, then the thing is, don't try harder, just calm down and try to do what you did all the time. And I think that is the real challenge.
Yeah, we can look at one of these parts where some guy, the pilot from Austria, Pascal Prietl, actually bumped into the side all the time. Nico, we see him now on the right side bumping. What is he doing now? What is he thinking now at that moment?
So what you might also realize is the headlights are on. So that is really a misunderstanding between the BCI and the pilot. The BCI has understood to switch on the light while the pilot...
Which is wrong.
Which is wrong. While the pilot tries to go to the left. So what he has to do is stay calm and try to really focus on his strategy to send the command going left. And most likely he will imagine to do something with the left hand, in his hand, without moving any muscle in the body.
That's very important. Now, we saw Pascal Prietl in that video, and we have some more information about that pilot from Austria for you.
Ich sitze seit 13 Jahren im Rollstuhl durch einen Verkehrsunfall und habe mir dadurch 5. und 6. Mal wieder verschoben. Ich habe es recht interessant gefunden, mit Gedanken Computerspiele zu steuern.
We've been working with our pilot Pascal for 1.5 years. He is a highly competitive person. In fact, some of his best performances playing the brain driver game have been in competitive, high-pressure settings.
Meine Motivation halte ich hoch, indem ich im Training immer besser werden will und bessere Zeiten fahren will.
And back here we are at the great race and also great team. What do you think about the Austrian team?
Well, so the Austrian team is very, very experienced with this technology. It's very well known in the scientific field. So it will be really, really exciting to see how they further progress in this race.
If you want to know more about these teams, about the Austrian teams, the British team, or all the others, go to our website, www.cybathlon.com. You get a lot of information there from all the teams. And now we have a little break. Don't go away. You should stay with us because we're going to find out what teams will be the fastest in the BCI race. So 1 minute and we'll be back.
Mein Name ist Michel Fornacier und für mich hat die Zukunft längst begonnen. In dieser Hinsicht ist EKZ für mich ein verlässlicher Partner.
Zuverlässig, ökologisch und günstig mit Strom versorgt. EKZ, stolzer Partner des CYBATHLON.
CYBATHLON moves people and technology. Schultes Clinic is medical partner.
마비로 인해 가지고 로봇을 입고 싶고 걷고 싶은 친구들에게 좀 더 나은 로봇을 직접 만들어 가지고 그분들한테 탈 수 있는 기회를 주는 게 목표고.
Welcome back here. We're in the middle of the BCI races, the brain computer interface races. We have already seen a few races, some parts of the races, but as you know, CYBATHLON has 6 disciplines and you're gonna see more of them. For example, this is what you can expect after 5 o'clock.
Pilots who have to solve challenging, everyday tasks with a prosthetic arm. Can they recognize the objects hidden in the haptic box? The Powered Arm Prosthesis Race. In the next hour at the CYBATHLON 2020 Global Edition.
Yeah, the arm prosthesis race, you're gonna see that in the next hour. With, for example, the haptic box, this one you just saw it, where actually are different things in it, like the ball or the ball, or actually think that this one, the cube or the cylinder, and the pilots have to find out if it's hard or soft, if it's a ball or a square. So very hard thing to do. We're gonna see that afterwards. We go back to the BCI race and our expert Nicole Wenderoth, professor at ETH Zurich. It's very, very impressive for me that those pilots can steer the avatar only by thoughts. We've talked a little bit about it. What thoughts are they? How, do they think left? Do they think right to go left or right? Or are there other thoughts?
No. So this is really to think like a command in language. They don't do that. That would be very difficult to decode from the technology. So most teams will imagine some forms of movement. And very often it will be something of the left hand to go left, right hand to go right. And then probably something like the feet or mouse movements to switch on the headlights. And the trick is that when you imagine these different movements, you're trying to create the feeling as if you were to move your hand. That activates very different parts of your brain. And these different patterns, they can be detected and then analyzed by the BCI.
That sounds very hard for me and for my brain. For example, if my brain doesn't get enough sleep, then it doesn't work the same as if it gets a lot of sleep. Is that something that bothers the pilots as well, the sleep, or just if it's a good day or not a good day?
Yeah, everything. Because one thing that is really important, the way how we try to measure these signals from the outside, these are tiny signals we try to pick up upon. And that is really a difficulty. So everything that is different from normal, that will make the communication much more difficult. And that can be the pilot for not sleeping well or being nervous or other things, but it can also be the environment where we have a lot of electromagnetic noise around us. And this can also be picked up by the technology. And then it's very hard to understand these commands of the pilots.
You said the commands can be just thinking of moving the right hand or the left hand. So actually everybody could do it.
That's correct. And I mean, everybody can try it. So one thing that is nice, so for example, if you close your eyes, you can imagine that you move your head, back into the neck and down to your chin, and you try to really feel these movements. And so if people do that at home right now, they might realize while they are doing that, they are involuntarily moving their eyes, because that is a sign that you are really immersed in your imagination, if you like. And that is a sign that you are doing that very actively and very vividly.
So everybody is trying at home now to do these things. We have 6 teams competing in the BCI race, and here's our next team from China.
Hello, we are from Hong Kong. We are the team Phoenix. We have Eileen with us today, and then she will be the pilot.
我就覺得我手腳都唔方便喐得啦，咁所以參加呢一個都係4年前，本身我都有參加呢個比賽嘅，但係因為飛機咁依家可以喺香港度再一次去接觸呢一個比賽，咁我覺得俾我係一個機會咯，一定好期待呢一個比賽，依家好緊張。香港team加油！香港team加油！
The Chinese team, we just saw, Nicole, China, are they specialized in BCI or not?
Well, actually, there are a lot of colleagues in China that are working on the technological aspect of the BCI technology. But I think we're all facing the challenge to bring that into a situation that is taken from real life, to control something in real time and something that is not predictable in some instances. And that's a challenge for all the teams.
Okay, we've seen a few races, and now we want to know what 4 teams will make it to the final. Here's our summary of the first races.
It's probably nervousness. Many of the 7 starting pilots drive into the wall right after the start. Already after a few seconds occurs the first crash. Almost no team manages without a mistake shortly after the start. Not even Francesco Bettella from the Italian team WHI, who is expected to win in the brain-computer interface race. Francesco is a real sportsman. As a swimmer, he has already won 2 silver medals at Paralympic Games. And what's more, his team has a lot of competition experience. For example, they won the BCI series in Graz a year ago. So a lot can be expected from this team. And indeed, Francesco is fast on the move, makes the top 4, but has trouble switching on the headlights. In the 4 given sectors with that yellow sign, this command never works. Luckily for him, not much time is wasted. Is it perhaps even tactics? Chi Ma makes very active use of the headlight. She's the pilot of the Chinese team Phoenix from Hong Kong. Her use of the headlight is almost invasive. Even in the curves, she turns on the headlight. A wrong command that slows down the avatar. For this team, participating itself is most important. 4 years ago, Chi Ma was hindered to get on the plane because of her wheelchair and therefore could not participate. This year she can, but she barely reaches the finish line. After 439 meters, the time is up. She lands on place 7. Speaking of headlights, this is also a challenge for Samuel Kunz from the SEC FHT team. The command works well, but Samuel often turns on the headlights a bit too early. So he also loses important seconds. He makes it into the top 4, even if he sometimes doesn't manage the corners at all. Owen Colomb, on the other hand, shows a perfect turn. He drives absolutely clean through corner 4. We have rarely seen such beautifully driven turns. Owen starts for the British team Neuroconcise from Northern Ireland, which already participated in the CYBATHLON 4 years ago. Back then, it was just another game. But the experience doesn't help the team much today. Owen experiences a lot of trouble on the whole course. After 452 meters, his race is over. Not enough to reach the top 4, he lands on place 6, a disappointment for Owen. The new headlight command introduced this year, it is that big difficulty for many teams, probably because this command is about reaction. The Thai team Mahidol BCI Lab with pilot Kriankrai Takadi is also struggling. He often seems to give many orders at once. The avatar struggles. But he is fast. The Thai team qualifies for the top 4. Who else can do it? Two experienced teams still have ambitions. One is Team Mirage 91 from Austria. This team was already in 2016 and ended up on the last place, back then with pilot Gerhard Kleinhofer. This year is going well. Pilot Pascal Priedl masters especially the straight parts very well. He makes it to the finish line in a time of 3 minutes and 42 seconds. But too bad for him, it's not fast enough for the top 4. So there's still the Russian team Neurobotics with pilot Ruslan Nurilin. This team was also part of the CYBATHLON 4 years ago and they benefit from their experience. Ruslan drives beautiful curves but sometimes has trouble with the headlight. He makes it into the top 4. Here's the ranking. The Chinese and the British team didn't make it to the finish line and therefore didn't make it into the top 4. The Austrian team makes it to the finish line, but its time is not fast enough. The top 4 pilots are in alphabetical order. Qualified are the favorite Francesco Bettella, as well as Kirankrai Takadi, Ruslan Nurulin and Samuel Kunz. They all made it to the finish, but who was the fastest? What we can reveal this much, it was a thriller in which only a few seconds decided the victory.
Yeah, we're back here with Nicole Wenderoth. Nicole, 4 teams made it to the final. How surprised are you that those 4 teams made it?
Yeah, I'm not surprised at all, actually. So when you saw the performance already in the first races, you saw some of them were really very strong and were navigating this course very, very well.
We saw a few teams, they had struggles with the turns. So they bumped into the wall all the time. Why is this?
Yeah, it's really sending the wrong command to the interface. So as it was very well explained, so sometimes the headlines are going on, even though you want to take a turn. So there's also a trick in the technology, because something you do is you can determine how quickly these commands are sent and updated. And you have to find a good balance between having enough time to reliably decode what's going on, but still being fast enough to not miss that you have to initiate a turn or that you have to switch on the headlights in particular.
We have 4 teams in the final. One is from Russia. Let's have a look at that team.
На работе вперед, мы едем за победой.
The Russian team, what do you know about them?
Yeah, I think the Russian team is one where I don't know so much about, so I could see a very determined pilot in the pre-races.
Now, all the teams, they use the electroencephalography, the EEG, which measures the brain currents, bring it to the computer. But there's also another way, actually, to do the BCI. Can you tell us more about the other system?
So there are actually 2 systems. So one is where you basically shine a light through the skull to try to measure what's going on in the brain. And the principle there is that your cells that produce these activities, they have to be, they need blood supplies, they need nutrients, and that changes a little bit the property of the blood vessels and the blood that is brought to these brain areas. And there is a method where you can pick that up when you shine a light through the skull, because actually if you like, the reflection of that light changes depending on the properties of the blood. But in adults with a very thick skull, that is very difficult to decode a good signal.
Very interesting. Now, of course, the whole team is important, but we have some pilots, they're very special. For example, Francesco Bettella from Italy, from the team WHI, and we have a closer look to Francesco.
Nuotare mi è sempre piaciuto molto sin da bambino, perché mi ha sempre dato un senso di libertà e di leggerezza, e non avendo il peso del mio corpo. Ed è una cosa appunto che ho sempre provato da quando sono entrato per la prima volta in piscina da piccolo fino ad adesso, quando entro per fare gli allenamenti. Di CYBATHLON mi piace il fatto che ci siano molti ricercatori da tutto il mondo che mettono la propria passione, il proprio lavoro nello sviluppo di tecnologie che possono dare una mano alle persone. tecnologie molto futuristiche, molto ancora agli stadi iniziali, che però potrebbero dare una grossa mano a tante persone. La BCI è ancora all'inizio, ma io credo che con lo sviluppo e grazie anche a competizioni come CYBATHLON possa portare molte innovazioni, e penso alla possibilità di comandare una carrozzina o altri dispositivi anche da parte di persone che hanno molte limitazioni a livello fisico, e quindi questo potrebbe essere sicuramente un grosso aiuto per tutte queste persone. Ma il segreto è rimanere calmi e concentrati, non farsi prendere dall'agitazione come succedeva a me nelle prime prove, non avere l'ansia di vedere che il sistema risponda subito ai comandi, bisogna avere molta pazienza e concentrazione e capire quali pensieri poi effettivamente fanno dare il comando giusto alla missione. L'emozione più forte e anche quella più concreta che ho a casa sono sicuramente le 2 medaglie d'argento che ho vinto.
Francesco Betella, the Italian BCI pilot, and Nicole, we saw him swimming. He's a swimmer as well. He's a sportsman. He does quite a few things. How much does sports help for the BCI?
Yeah, so you really need this competitive mindset, because actually to control a BCI, it's practice, 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 and practice. And one thing Francesco explained very nicely, so we are building a technology to read the thoughts of the pilot, but then the pilot has to adjust to this new tool. It's like if I give you a new tennis racket, you have to learn how to use it. And that requires a lot of practice and exercise with the device, and therefore it helps when you are, a competitive person.
Francesco said that maybe, or he hopes that one day there will be that technology that he can steer maybe the wheelchair only by thoughts. How possible is that? Is that, what do you think about that?
So I think that it's still a little bit away, and the reason why that is very, very difficult right now is to really measure brain activity reliably from the outside. So there is a little trick for that. So you can also implant your technology right into the brain, and there you have a fantastic signal. But of course, it's very, very invasive. But when you have these invasive BCIs, I think we are very close to being able to controlling something like a wheelchair. But that is obviously not for everybody.
So it's not that we will control our computers not by mouse anymore or by thoughts. That's something far away.
Yeah, and you see, actually, you don't want that, because your body is really, it's a wonder of nature. We are so well designed to perform movements really with high accuracy and relatively effortless. And I'm really doubtful that we can ever replace that by technology where you can do it with your mind directly. Because the big challenge is to build something that is reliable. I mean, as you heard, sometimes you need to be patient until your command is picked up. And of course, when you press a button, you don't want to be patient until the button is pressed. You just do it effortless. And I think that is something we are not aware, because we are used to it until we have an accident and we lose this ability.
Thank you for these informations. We had the Italian team, the team from Russia, and here is our Swiss team.
Before my accident, I played handball, volleyball, so competition has always been a part of my life.
The most interesting part of my work is to see how those ideas play out in real time, and to see whether that can actually affect the emotional state of our pilot when they're able to steer the car with their thoughts.
Unique for us is to work so closely with the pilot. It's really helping us to understand what we should do next.
The biggest challenge is going to be to really stay calm, not think about anything else but the race.
So this is the Swiss team, and this is actually the team of Nicole Wenderoth. This is your team. I have to ask these questions. How good is your team?
Oh, we're super.
Of course.
Yeah, so we will see how good we are at today. But we were investing a lot into developing the technology, and Sammy was fantastic because he was really training, you know, very intensively over many, many weeks and months. We had a bit of a problem with Corona, but that, of course, was the same for all other pilots as well.
How exciting is it for you? How intense is it for you to watch your team competing?
Yeah, you see, for me, it's the same as with Sammy. I have to say, okay, stay calm, just enjoy what's happening. So I think for Sammy, it's already very nice to be part of the CYBATHLON, and the same is actually true for the team. So we are very excited to make part out of that. And if Sammy has a good performance today, that is the cherry on the cake, if you like.
Cherry on the cake. We'll see what's going to happen. We're going to find out later. But now, CYBATHLON is a big success, and it was in 2013 when Professor Robert Riener actually initiated the CYBATHLON with the big support of ETH Zurich, of course. So we did not miss the opportunity to talk to the president of ETH Zurich. We went to the ETH main building, the beautiful old building in downtown Switzerland, and we held a little chat with ETH President Joel Möser. Welcome here in the main building of ETH Zurich, actually downtown Zurich. And here's my guest. He's the president of ETH Zurich, Joel Möser. Thanks for joining us here at the ETH building.
It's my pleasure.
So I know that you're personally a big fan of CYBATHLON. So what is the fascination of CYBATHLON for you?
Well, you know, CYBATHLON is about technology, but more important, this is about people. I'm impressed by what the teams have achieved to be able to participate in the CYBATHLON, especially in these very difficult circumstances. So congratulations already to all the team who will participate.
And what does ETH Zurich wants to achieve with the CYBATHLON?
You know, a university addresses global challenges of all sorts. And we do that with education, research, technology transfer, and outreach. What is beautiful around the CYBATHLON is that it addresses all these points together. It brings everything together. And the global challenge that we want to address is assistance to people who have disabilities. What we want to achieve with the CYBATHLON is a world without hurdles.
You already mentioned we are in a very special situation at the moment. So how did you manage to organize the CYBATHLON competition despite the COVID-19 pandemic?
Well, first of all, it's not myself. It's a great team who organizes all this. The first CYBATHLON was in Zurich, and all the teams were flying in. And now, because of the COVID situation, it wasn't possible anymore. They came up with several options. We could have postponed it to another year. And we decided to try something very ETH specific. So to be creative, to be flexible, to have an event that is distributed worldwide. And I must say, this is impressive what has been achieved. They could, thanks to the flexibility, develop the concept that had to be adapted many times because of the current situation. I realize that some teams won't be able to participate, and we regret that very much. We hope that they will continue to work for the next CYBATHLON. For us, what was the most important is to have at the center to protect the health of the participants.
Very good. We're all very happy that it can actually happen, the CYBATHLON. Now, the pilots and the teams, they're in the center, and you have a message for the pilots and the teams. Here's your camera.
Yes. First of all, I want to congratulate you for participating in the CYBATHLON. The way that you had to go through to participate in the CYBATHLON is already a big success. In some sense, we can say that you are all winners of the CYBATHLON already. Now, I wish you a great competition. I hope that you stay healthy and that you bring something fantastic to what could become one of the most interesting events this year. And I hope also that you will continue to work on these new technologies in the future.
We just heard the president of ETH Zurich, Joel Möser. Now, he's a big fan of CYBATHLON. Nicole, How important is that support from the president?
Oh, extremely, because I mean, CYBATHLON, it's a big investment for ETH, but also for all professors and PhD students and other people that are participating. And it's very, very important that ETH is really, really supporting us in that endeavor. And that makes it really a lot of fun to, be here on the day and finally see whether all the work you have put in, whether it will, bring up and whether you perform well.
We have 4 teams in the final in the BCI race, and there's one team missing, the team from Thailand.
ข้อจำกัดร่างกายก็เป็นอัมพาตส่วนคอครับเกิดอุบัติเหตุตั้งแต่ปี 2009 ครับตอนนั้นช่วงนั้นฝึกงานช่างไฟฟ้าพอปีนเสาขึ้นไปแล้วเข็มขัดมันหลุดก็ตกลงมาคอลงพื้นคอหักเลย BCI race ครับใช้สมองควบคุมรถเลี้ยวซ้ายเลี้ยวขวาโดยที่ไม่ใช้ร่างกายเราใช้คำสั่งคือความคิดแบบให้ยกแขนครับโดยที่แขนไม่ยกตามเรื่องความมั่นใจนี่ 100% อยู่แล้วครับคาดหวังก็ต้องที่1นะครับขอแรงเชียร์แรงใจให้พวกเราด้วยนะครับแล้วเจอกันในCYBATHLON
The team from Thailand win the BCI race. Nicole, do you know anything about that team?
Yeah, I think it's also very exciting for this team. So again, we have the pilot also with a strong interest and a strong intrinsic motivation to try the technology and to perform really well. So it will be really exciting to see how they do in the final.
Very good. Now, as you know, all the teams, they had to do their races back home. But no one knows how fast they were compared to the others. So everybody is actually back home live watching us and trying to find out who's the winner. And here we see all the teams back home watching and trying to find out who will be the winner in the BCI race. Hello everyone out there in the world, our teams for the BCI races we see here on the screen. And yeah, we really need to know now who is the winner in the BCI race. Here's our first final of the CYBATHLON 2020 Global Edition in the brain-computer interface race.
Brain-computer interface race top 4. It is Russia, Switzerland, Italy and Thailand all in the hunt for the gold medal, using brain-computer interfaces to control avatars in this computer game. Now, there is Thailand on screen. That is Priyankai Takadi. There is Nurulin, the Russian, and of course Kunz for Switzerland, all focused in to try and move this avatar in the brain driver game to over 16 sections, 500 virtual meters. Bettella gets off to a good start for Italy, Nicole, but they must hold their focus right to the end of the challenge.
Exactly. So the pilots are trying to send their commands, which are measured by these caps they wear on their head, and that is actually measuring electrical activity of neurons in the brain. The problem is this activity is very small to pick up, so our pilots have to try to generate really large and distinctive signals in their brain.
It's a good start for Ruslan Nurulin of the Neurobotics team out of Russia. He is the early leader. Now, Samuel Kunz of Switzerland is a young gentleman you know very well, Nicole.
Exactly. Samuel, or Sammy, is our pilot of our team, where we developed the technology between Switzerland and Singapore. And he participated because he loves gaming, and that is a new form of gaming he can do despite his handicap.
And of course, the aim of this technology is to be able to control devices like computers or wheelchairs for people with limited ability to move. And this is taking it to a competitive level. Leader Ruslan Nurulin has got off to a flying start. There goes the headlights on. That's one of the tests as well. But there is the first small mistake from the Russian. We can clearly see that, Nicole.
Yes, so you see, this is the problem if you are in a competition to still send these clear commands in your brain, even though you might be a little bit emotional, excited, or you try to perform really well.
It's an incredibly close race with just a few seconds, 2-3 seconds, separating these 4 pilots, all looking for the first gold medal of CYBATHLON 2020. Takadi pushing here 3 seconds off the pace for Mahidol BCI Laboratory.
Oh, that is very good. Francesco is really, he's cruising along. Excellent performance.
He's got the line. He's really got a good rhythm here. The focus is there. There's the first little waver from that optimum line that really does help those seconds whittle away. But Francisco Batella really is looking very strong here. And this could be a goal for the Italian if he can keep this focus going.
They still have a bit to go.
Still a little bit of work to do. It's so close. He's just a second off the pace here. Takadi is in second position so far, looking for a good finish, looking to try and close down the Italian leader. But here comes Francisco Batella. Heading for the line, crosses the line and changes of position. It is Thailand in second position with Takadi. It looks like Nurulin of Russia will take third with Sami Kunz for Switzerland in fourth position. Here is the finishing now from Nurulin. Got to hold that focus right to the line. Sami Kunz is chasing for that bronze medal with the Russian pilot, but I think the Russian has just done enough to hold off Switzerland's Sami Kunz. What a race! And it is confirmed that Ruslan Nurulin has taken third position. There he is, crossing the line with Kunz, our fourth and final competitor, still with a very impressive performance. What a tight race! But it is Francesco Batella of Italy who takes the gold in the brain computer interface race. Celebrations in Thailand, delighted with silver and bronze for Russia. Good performance from Sami Kunz, but it is the Italians that celebrate with the win today.
Don't say anything more.
Of the BCI race, really well done to see him here with the mask, Francesco Batella from Italy. Great race, Nicole, what do you think?
Yeah, it's fantastic. So I think Francesco had a fantastic performance. If you looked at his time, he was really extremely fast. But it was also very exciting, certainly also fighting for the third position, very tight. Only a few seconds difference between Sami and the Russian competitor. So I think that was spectacular to watch.
And we have a look at the reactions of the teams where during the race, actually when they found out who's the winner here. Francesco, when he finds out that he's the winner, he was watching very closely. I want to know afterwards how bad was this for him to watch. And now he realizes he's the winner, Francesco Batella from Italy. It's great to see that those pilots have so much passion. They're so excited that they're in front, and he's walking around in the house now and telling everybody, I'm the winner. That's how it has to be. So that's our first race, BCI, and I think we have a look at the results right now. We have on fourth place the Swiss team from Nicole Wenderoth. That's a little disappointment.
No, I think it's still a very good performance to make it to the final. And let me just mention, it's not a purely Swiss team. We work together with colleagues in Singapore from NTU University. So we had a more than transatlantic cooperation here. So I think we're all very happy that we made it that far.
Okay, then we have the Russians on third place and the Thai and Francesco Batella on first place. And we try now to go to Francesca Batella live. I ask Francesco. Francesco, can you hear me?
Yes, I'm here.
Oh, very good. Francesco, congratulations. What a great race. How was it for you?
Thank you. Very exciting. Until the end, we were very scared.
Yeah, we saw you actually watching.
We are very happy for this race.
We actually saw you watching. You were really concentrated. I want to ask, how high was your heart rate at that moment?
Very, very high. But I try everything to stay calm and breathe deeply and concentrating on my tasks.
I just actually realized, I'm sorry for that, it was your manager who was watching, not yourself. Why didn't you watch the race by yourself? I'm sorry. So why didn't you watch it by yourself? You're too scared?
What?
Guarda, perché non stai guardando adesso, ma perché vedeva solo te. Stavo guardando in un'altra stanza.
Oh, okay, you were in the other screen watching.
Well, we are in another room. We are in two different rooms.
Two different rooms, of course. Yeah, so Francesco, for everyone else, Francesco is the one in the middle. So what are you going to do now? You're going to have a big party?
You're
going to celebrate everything?
The restriction of COVID, but yes, we are trying to our best.
Very good. I say congratulations again. Thank you very much for joining us here live at the CYBATHLON 2020. Nicole, it's a great winner, is it?
Yeah, I mean, it was really very spectacular to watch. Great performance, so very well done. Congratulations to Italy.
Absolutely. If we look back at like 4 years ago was the first CYBATHLON, now the second one. What were the greatest progresses the teams made within these 4 years?
Yeah, that is sometimes a little bit difficult to say, but I think that really you know, with these systems you have to find a good balance between responsiveness and consistency. And I think that is an important lesson to learn.
Very good. Thank you very much, Nicole Venderot, for being with us as our expert in the BCI race. This was our first competition at this year's CYBATHLON 2020 Global Edition. The next race will be the powered arm prosthesis race. So make sure you do not run away too far and come back as soon as you can. We have a little break and we'll be right back.
Success isn't just about what you accomplish in your life. It's about what you inspire others to do. Live your version of freedom of movement. We support paraplegics for a lifetime.
New for you. New for Switzerland. For everyone who wants to watch more. The new streaming platform featuring Swiss films, series, and documentaries, all in your language. Stream anytime, anywhere. Stream Switzerland. Play Swiss. Discover everything Switzerland has to offer.
We are able to really know what our pilots are having to experience in their everyday life. There's many challenges that we don't foresee, and therefore the feedback we get from the pilots for these different prosthetic devices that we are researching and developing is very crucial. A lot of the times in the different versions of the research we've done in the past, we would have produced a really fancy hand, and the feedback we got from the amputees were they are really impressed with what it looks like, what it is able to do and stuff, but functionality is of very importance. And so we've had to change our view of how we do our research so that it is essentially this functionality, and we are also trying to make it also look good. So we're trying to combine those different aspects together.
Grüezi miteinander and welcome back. This is CYBATHLON 2020 Global Edition. We're in the second hour. Welcome back everyone who was already watching and welcome everyone who just joined us. We are here in the architecture building at ETH Hönkerberg, a beautiful campus of ETH Zurich, a little bit above the city. We are here and doing our live view here. So we are at the second part of this year's CYBATHLON competitions. The second competition will be the arm prosthesis race. And you can already see here a few of these tasks the pilots have to do. Because as you know, because of the pandemic situation, the teams could not come to Switzerland and compete live against each other. But everybody had to do their courses, their parkour back home. They recorded it, sent us to Zurich, and we're going to put it all live together now. It was a big effort, but we are so happy that CYBATHLON 2020 can still happen right now here in Zurich and all over the world. We have 49 teams in 20 countries and everyone is watching us. It's subtitled into 7 different languages. It's translated into sign language. So it's a really, really big thing. Thanks to all the teams who are with so much passion are here and do their research and come to us here now to the CYBATHLON. We have, as I said, 20 countries, 49 teams from all over the world. And yeah, it's a very special thing actually that we can do the CYBATHLON 2020. So if you have never heard about CYBATHLON and you're not sure what is it all about, this will help.
CYBATHLON 2020 Global Edition. An event where pilots with disabilities and technology developers perform at their best. Who will win? Over 50 teams take part from countries around the globe. Who has developed the best technology together with their pilot? Competitions are held in 6 separate disciplines. It's all about solving tasks of everyday life. In the powered arm prosthesis race, the pilots with an amputation or dysmelia have to manipulate and feel hidden objects with their prosthetic arms. In the powered exoskeleton race, pilots with a paralysis of the legs have to master a course with exoskeletons. And in the powered wheelchair race, pilots with a walking disability must even maneuver their robotic wheelchairs over stairs. In the BCI discipline, the pilots with a paralysis at the neck level compete in a computer game using only the power of thought. In the power leg prosthesis race, pilots with above-knee amputation or dysmelia use prosthetic legs to overcome everyday obstacles. And in the functional electrical stimulation bike race, pilots ride a bike as fast as possible by applying an external current that makes their paralyzed leg muscles contract. Who will win? Required are agility, precision, concentration, and endurance. Advanced technologies can make life easier for people with disabilities. At the CYBATHLON, equal opportunities are a priority. Technology, competitive spirit, and emotions. That's the CYBATHLON 2020 Global Edition.
In the first part of this year's CYBATHLON, we had the brain-computer interface race, and the upcoming competition will be the arm prosthesis race. I'd like to introduce you now to our expert in that field. It's Michel Fornazier. He's the founder of the charity Give Children a Hand. The aim of that charity is to provide hand prostheses to physically disabled children. Welcome. Very nice that you join us.
Hi, Stefan. Thank you very much.
Michel, you were born without a right hand. You have a prosthesis. You hold the micro with that prosthesis. You learned as a child that you can do everything with your left hand, but you're still very happy that you have your prosthesis. Why is it so important to have the right hand as well?
Exactly, yes, I would say it makes sense to have 2 hands. Of course, it makes a lot of things easier to do it, to handle it actually. And I'm really blessed to have such a science fiction looking kind of hand since 4 years now. 4 years with your prosthesis, very good. You will comment
the race, the powered arm prosthesis race together with Nick. What are you looking forward to most?
I'm super excited about it, and I know how hard the people, the pilots actually work, and it's so crucial for them and important to get the trophy. And it's not just the Olympic spirit, just to be there. It's really, they are really competitive.
Very good. The powered arm prosthesis race is not a race, actually. It's not about being the fastest from A to B or something like that, but there are tasks from daily life. How that really looks like and how does it work? Here we have some explanations for you.
This discipline is all about the art of grasping. The tool for this, an arm prosthesis. The pilots must solve 6 different tasks. This requires skill and sensitivity. Blue objects may only be touched by the prosthetic hand. Especially tricky, the haptic box. Here, the pilots have to recognize objects with a prosthetic hand that they cannot see themselves. Whoever solves the most tasks in the shortest possible time wins.
So there are quite a few tasks the pilots with their arm prosthesis have to fulfill. Now, Michel, you know all the tasks. What is the most difficult one?
Well, they're all pretty tricky, but I would say one of the trickiest is the magical box, I call them.
The magical box.
You never know what's inside.
We're going to talk about that later. So, but the other things, what's the hardest one?
Well, for example, even they look like kind of simple. Just to grab the ball or the pen, it's quite tricky as well.
So you say just to grab actually small things with the prosthesis is very hard.
I can try to do it.
Oh, it's no problem at all for you. That's the ball.
Well, that's a ball. Then we have the pen for it. Or
and we did not train this. We have to say this. We did not train. So let's challenge you a little bit. I would say the card would be the hardest one.
Yeah, that's a hard one.
Okay, Michel, he will try. We did not practice.
Not at all, no. Let's see. Maybe I can grab it like this. Oh. Okay, so...
So we see it's very
tricky.
So we have to talk a little bit about that parkour. It's a parkour with several different things. We have it on the screen now. There are 6 sections, and every section you can earn points from 14 to 20 points, I think.
Exactly, yes. And it's about the time. The time is as well. It's very crucial. So you have to be pretty fast as well.
If 2 pilots have the same amount of points, then the time is important. 20 points you get for the haptic box, because that one is the most difficult one then.
Yes, it's about feeling an object, and I think it's another level, another dimension, not just to touch it or to feel it and to tell is it what kind of shape this object has. And it's, you know, it's a challenging one.
Now we have many teams competing, and we have a look at the first team from Great Britain.
From Imperial College London, we are the Imperial Arm Team.
There were some ideas that we had in mind that when they were applied to a real scenario, they failed. But thanks to Conrad's input, we will manage to get a better solution.
I'm very sure that from this competition, there will be things that ultimately I will be using on a day-to-day basis, and that I find very exciting and gratifying.
I think that we have an amazing team. Conrad is a fast learner, and we believe that he will perform optimally.
I'm really excited about the prosthesis. I'm really looking forward to competing with it and hopefully doing very well.
So that was our first team, the Great Britain team. And Michel, I want to know, you know that team, how good are they? What's special about that team?
I think, well, I like their hand, actually. It looks like a magical hand. It looks a little bit like Lego bricks as well, their hand. And I love their hand. I love the work. They are very creative. They're doing a great job, and they are kind of favorites. Well, they are in a good shape to win the race.
You mentioned the prosthesis, and we will see many different prostheses. That's incredible. So many different ways of doing a prosthesis.
Exactly, even with a backpack. So the team from Germany, actually, they have a backpack, and it looks like kind of science fiction-like. And I'm very excited to see how they perform.
And we want to see now how the teams perform. This is the first part of our powered arm prosthesis race at CYBATHLON 2020 Global Edition.
Powered arm prosthesis race at the Motor Great Britain and the Imperial College of London. As we see, this is the pilot Conrad Boner. This is breakfast. 14 points are up for grabs. Remember, he's got 8 minutes to complete all 6 of the challenges. Delighted to have alongside us in the commentary box Michel Fournazier. Michel, this is a very interesting prosthesis that we see from the Imperial College of London here right now.
Yes, exactly. Hi, Nick. How are you today? Well, this is really impressive, this prosthesis. It looks a little bit like Lego bricks, kinda. But it looks like science fiction-like as well. And he's doing a great job with the can, actually.
Multiple tasks. Look at this, opening the jam jar. He'll also have to open sugar cubes, light the candle. What's most important for all of the viewers, Michel, is that when one of the items on the challenge board are blue, they then have to use the prosthesis. If it's not blue, then they can work with their hand and the prosthesis together.
That's right, exactly. And that's pretty much the difficulty to handle it like this, literally to handle it. And that's quite a challenge for the athletes, for the pilots. Here we see he's doing a great job. He's pretty fast, actually.
Speed is there, but is there a small mistake with the sugar? And, well, the candle doesn't light first time, which will add to frustration. And it is a red mark. That is not a successful point score. 14 points have been missed by Conrad Boner, and he's not happy at all about that. Most importantly, it's 1.31 minutes on the clock as away goes Boner with task number 2, laundry. We call this second task. Now, put on a hooded sweater, close 2 blazer buttons, and of course, hang up a t-shirt. But this is the first part. Tie the shoelaces of both the shoes together and then hang them over the clothesline. This looks incredibly difficult, Michel, for the prosthesis itself to try and work with these minute laces and buttons.
Exactly, yes. Well, the sneaker part is quite tricky, and as well the part with the sweatshirt. With 2 hands, we do it like very easy, like it's a common task to do it. But with a hand prosthesis, it's quite a challenge, and it really needs a lot of practice and a lot of training.
Same part in the challenge for Christophe Houchet from Smart Arm. Now, this one is fascinating for me, Michel, because it's a 2-joint prosthesis. And zipping up the hoodie looks to be, well, pretty efficient and effective for the French pilot.
Yes, and he's quite smart because he used the plastic back because it's so sticky, the hand prosthesis sometimes, and it's quite big. So it's difficult to, to get through those jackets. And he did a great job with the plastic back. It's a smart idea to do it. Now he's with the sneakers. Yes.
The laces, yeah. Like the British pilot before us, Michel, he's picked up a red mark. He scored no points in the first of the 6 challenges. So the pressure is on Christophe here to pick up his first point score, as he's already coming just shy of 3 minutes. Now, here he goes. Laces over, couple of buttons tied. And now we see the T-shirt and the pegs, Michel, are blue. He has to use the pegs with the prosthesis, not his other hand.
Exactly, not with the human hand. He has to use it. He has to use the prosthesis for this task, and it's tricky because it's so small. They are so small and they are so hard to grip. But how many points do we have here? It's like 15, right? 15 points.
He needs these points now. Hangs up the jacket, but it's the buttons, which again, he cleverly... There's a lovely shot, a camera angle of the 2-joint prosthesis that Houchet is working with there. But we're going to see this in complete action when he has to work those pegs. Let's quickly go over to India. This is Team Viswajoti, and Alan Matthew is the pilot there, and we're about to see him and his prostheses work those blue pegs.
And the prosthesis looks very, yeah, wow, it looks very functional, and great color, but indeed, with the orange. Looks like a kind of Iron Man hand.
A round of applause from the crowd looking on. He has to use his other hand. Is that to make an adjustment?
Yes, I guess he just switch on and off the different grips. He can switch with the, and that's allowed actually. So he can switch as much as he wants. He's not allowed to touch the blue part of the parkour with the human hand, but on the other hand, actually he can move his prosthesis as much as he wants with the human hand.
Still looking for his first points. Look at the graphics to the right of your screen. He has picked up a red in Challenge 1, breakfast. This is Challenge 2, laundry, and he's just having a little difficulty to get that grip on the second blue peg. That is great work from Alan Matthew. Now he's just got to hang up that hoodie, and he's able to move on, and perhaps the Indian pilot here can pick up his first point.
It's a green one.
Arm race. And there's, yes, that is so good to see. Now he moves on to clean sweep. This is another very tough challenge, Michel.
Very tough with the pencil. It's quite tough, you know, but he handled it very nice, very quick. Because I tested the parkour as well, like 2 months ago, and you know, I have huge respect for those pilots. They're doing a great job.
He's only been working with this prosthesis since January of 2020. Many of the other pilots have been working for years and years. And again, we see the adjustments. Now, let's quickly go over to Germany. This is Simona Klima
with a backpack
from the University of Munich. The backpack. Tell us more about that, Michel.
Well, I guess that's kind of secret of them, because they, of course, they not communicate everything what they do in their researches, in their labs, and it looks kind of a little bit like science fiction. Wow, the hand looks like kind of science fiction one, huh?
It really does. But what is intriguing with regards to the competition here, Michel, she's opted not to do the first 2 tasks. You see 2 red lights at the top or just above her name. She hasn't even attempted them. She's gone straight to clean sweep. Now, this is an interesting tactical play from CYBATHLON in Germany. And, Michel, I'm also fascinated with the pad that she's pressing there. Tell us more.
Yes, the buttons. Well, actually, to be honestly, I never saw this before. It looks so innovative in a way. She has different buttons to press. I guess she can move, she changed the grips, actually, with those buttons.
Touchpad control is the first time we've seen this in the competition of CYBATHLON 2020, and it's working well for Simona Klima from the Technical University of Munich.
She's very calm. She's very calm and do it like, you know, step by step. Now the
two-finger grip seems to be working well, particularly in this clean sweep challenge. 16 points if the German pilot is successful. And I'm intrigued that she's decided to miss the first 2 challenges. The rule book tells us if you miss them, you cannot go back. You've got to keep going forwards in chronological order. Breakfast, laundry, clean sweep, home improvement, haptic box, and stacking the finale. But it's an interesting tactical play because this prosthesis for Simona, with that touchpad control, 2-finger grip, seems to be working well. Let's go to China. And this is the hands-on team from the University of Science and Technology in Shandong. Now we see 1 red, 1 green, 1 red, 15 points on the board for Jinglong Li. Look at this light bulb test. This is so tough, Michel.
He can turn the wrist like 360 degrees. So he has an advantage, I guess, with doing this. And he has a green, he has a green one, huh, at the scoreboard. A green Yes, he did the second task. It was a success.
That is impressive, to say the least. Now, the hammer is blue, so he has to use the prosthesis to knock in the nail. And again, this is looking very good indeed. Keep your eye on the clock, Michel. He's over 4 minutes,
4 minutes
past
15.
the halfway point, but he's on the 4th task,
Yes.
home improvement. Now, let's see how he works those scissors. Fascinating piece of machinery. This prosthesis, so far so good. Struggling a little with the scissors, maybe.
Yes, the scissors are quite tricky to have a tight grip, actually, and now to open and close them, and to cut the paper, or even it's like a thick paper kind of thing. It's not like these thin ones, but he did it.
It's a clever tactic. He's folded the paper into 3 places, and he looks to move on, and he gets a second green light, moving up to 32 points. Very impressive. Now, this is the new discipline, the new test for 2020. It's called the haptic box.
Yes,
Michel, tell us more.
I love to call them magic box, but because you never know what's inside, and it can be quite surprising. And he has to feel actually the object, if they are like hard surface, or we switched to Italy already. And the magical box
Let's
as well.
Look at Colin Rossi. Look at the points on the board here. Very important, Michel. So far, so good. Green, 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 green. 62 points on the board for Rehab Tech. And this is Colin Rossi working through this haptic box, which is all about feeling with the prosthesis rather than just looking.
And they are so fast. You see, they doing it not for the first time. They practice all the time, and they are like kind of expert for this task, and it's amazing.
This is one of the new developments within of prostheses. How difficult is it to feel when you cannot see?
It's very difficult.
Oh,
yeah. He changed the whole hand for the new grip. He turned around the hand to get the very interesting tactic. Well, it's quite it's quite difficult. It's quite tricky because sometimes you have like a signal, like a PlayStation joypad, like a signal, so you can feel the object if it's hard or soft or whatever. But it's not usual to have this integrated in hand prosthesis nowadays.
Well, he was penalty-free until that error in the haptic box, which was all about feeling with the prosthesis rather than looking. Now he's going to have to build a pyramid once he's turned all of these blue cups. And I say blue cups because that means he can only use the prosthesis to build this pyramid. This is impressive, I have to say, from Colin Rossi. He's only had one of the tests or tasks go wrong. That was the haptic box. If he can finish this, this will be an impressive performance. Watch that clock. Remember, he's only got 8 minutes, so he cannot take too much time here.
Yes, and it's almost all green, so he has a good chance for the title, actually, I guess. So 2016, it was the Ted Liberty. He won with a very simple kind of prosthesis. So sometimes it's like he did a great job.
That's impressive. 80 points scored in under 3 minutes. Now let's go to Tony Forsberg, one of 2 opera teams from Sweden. Now this is X-Opera, and there is also E-Opera. Now Tony Forsberg,
the candle
at the first of the 6, lights that candle and uses the almost joint of the prostheses to cut the bread. Now the tin. Remember, if it's blue, you can only use the prostheses, but if it's not blue, then you have to work together with the normal human hand.
Exactly, a collaboration of the human hand and the prosthesis, or the magical hand, I love to call them magical hands.
Michel, what's fascinating about this prosthesis for Tony here is that it's fixed to the bone.
Yes, that's
very
unusual. That's very unusual. I saw this on Tony for the first time, actually, from Sweden. He was.
Well, I love Tony's story. He watched the CYBATHLON 4 years ago on TV and decided this was a competition for him. And as this competition gets bigger and bigger and more global, every holding of the event, Tony Fosberg, I think, will be one of many that watches and says, I think I can do that and better that. This is tricky. Zipping up the hoodie. Look at this. What a great close-up from the camera.
What a great clip as well. Unbelievable. And they are very, very driven. They really want to win the title, you know. It's not just for pleasure. For them, they are very competitive with each other. And it should be like this. It's not just the Olympic spirit, you know. It's not to be there is everything. It's like they want to win the title, actually.
Well, he's successful with breakfast, 14 points and a green light, and he's working his way through the legendary challenge here quite successfully. Now, everything needs to be hung up on the line. First, the training shoes. We'll go back to Fosberg. Let's go to the Swiss team. Beat Grosten has already put 15 points on the board, struggled a little, but this is fascinating because we see a changing of the prostheses, different grips for different challenges, and he changes them so quickly, Michel.
So quickly, and he has a carbon shaft, actually, the black one, and he has, like, as you told us, he has, like, different grips for different skills. So everything is, like, already programmed. That's why he's so super fast. And here
it looks
again,
like
very
the University of Bern has every answer here. This is a very fast and effective, efficient work. There go the keys on the hook.
And he is so calm. He is like, he's doing it task by task, step by step, not nervous at all.
Michel, dare I say it, this looks like a Swiss Army knife. Every little piece has been thought through. Everything is taken care of. In with the credit card even. And this is very fast work from the Swiss pilot.
With the DVD, yeah.
Oh, there's the first mistake.
It's like a
the DVD in.
It's like a MacGyver hand kind of thing, you know.
It truly is. He gets a good point score for the third challenge. Now on to home improvement. Hammer is blue. He can only use the prostheses. Does he need to change the tool?
I think the grip is tight enough, but it has to be very tight. And now with the scissors, he changed the whole hand, actually. Okay.
That is fantastic. And that truly is something very special indeed. It's the speed that he changes the hands and the grips that is so impressive. Now he cuts the scissors, or cuts through the paper, I should say, with the scissors, but the scissors are blue, so only the prostheses to cut through the paper into two pieces.
Yeah, it was quite superhuman, huh? To change the hand, just quickly change the hand for another task. Let's do it. And he did it. Okay, we switched to South Africa.
Lungile Dick is already got 14 points on the board for successfully completing the breakfast challenge. We pick him up at the haptic box. This is a great story. Low cost is really what it's all about for this South African touch hand team, making a prosthesis that is available for those that don't have huge resources but still need the possibility of working with such a valuable tool. And look at this, the South African doing extremely well in the haptic box.
Great. Exactly, Nick. It doesn't have to be expensive. I mean, if it's out of the 3D printer or whatever, I mean, it should be, that's really crucial to give hands to everybody, actually, who needed hands as well, with actually for children as well, children with disabilities.
Well, as Michel has called this, the challenge of magic boxes, you just touch and then try and match all of the pieces on the table to what you feel inside the box, but you cannot see. I think this is a fantastic new addition to CYBATHLON, and also pushing the boundaries of development within these prostheses for the arm. And has the South African got them all correct? This is a valuable point score. It's the highest point score of all the 6 tests, 16.
He did a great job. Very nice. And it's so tricky. This one, I would say this one is one of the trickiest tasks of the whole parkour. because it has nothing to do with quickness. It has to do with, you know, you have to be very gentle kind of thing, and not to guess, to feel the object.
It's another change. Oh, that's enough. He's ready. Here we go. There's one. There's two.
Wow.
Three.
Perfect.
Oh,
jackpot.
Yes. Perfect score. Great to see from the South African.
Now the pyramid with the, let's see.
Now, Lungele for South Africa now has to just complete his stacking of the cups to a vertical pyramid, and his challenge is over. This has been a good performance for the South African touch hand team.
What a race, the arm prosthesis race, and Michel Fournier. He's also in the mood to talk about the race. And we saw those guys, that's not only for fun, they're really competing and giving it hard to each other.
Exactly, they're very driven, and I think it's a good thing because at the end it's very serious and they take it really, they not take it for granted, they really go for it.
And there's one scene, you actually mentioned it also when you're commenting, and we have a look at this scene again. It's the scene with the Swiss guy. You said Swiss knife guy, something like that. Let's have a look. Swiss Army knife guy. He's changing actually the prosthesis while competing.
Exactly like a MacGyver kind of hand, yes.
Is this realistic for the daily use? Is this something that is that helpful? What do you think?
Exactly, they are hands like this with, with different kind of hands. You can change them for a different task, and it makes absolutely sense, yes.
But you need a lot of tools to bring
like a suitcase.
You can change everything, a suitcase, maybe. We see that he has different ways you can put a prosthesis on, like the hand or the something else. How important is it how the prosthesis look like?
I think it's very important, especially for kids or children, teenagers as well. It's very, very crucial. It's very important to adapt the hand prosthesis, actually. So the look is crucial. Of course, the functionalities as well, but they like to have a good-looking kind of hand to adapt it.
And do people look at your hand as well all the time?
Yes, and it looks like a kind of science fiction hand or a magical hand. And especially children, they ask me all the time, do you have superpowers with those hands? Or with this hand, and I say yes, maybe, and they all think, oh, you must be a superhero.
And everybody wants to do a fist bump with your superhero hand. Now, before we find out what 4 teams made it to the finish, or actually what are the best 4 teams, we have a little break. Don't run away too far. We're going to be back in just a few minutes.
Mein Name ist Michel Fournier und für mich hat die Zukunft längst begonnen. In dieser Hinsicht ist EKZ für mich ein verlässlicher Partner.
Zuverlässig, ökologisch und günstig mit Strom versorgt. EKZ, stolzer Partner des CYBATHLON.
CYBATHLON moves people and technology. Schultes Clinic is medical partner.
In mobility, getting to different locations, having accessible vehicles, and just integrating into the community. And this is key. Disabled people need to be part of the community to feel wanted and needed in that community and to feel part of life. We need to be meet other people and then be engaged with other people and compete with them at the same time.
Welcome back. We're in the middle of the second competition of this year's CYBATHLON, the powered arm prosthesis race. And if you want to find out more about that discipline, if you want to find out more about the teams and the pilots, please visit our website, CYBATHLON.com. There's a lot of information about anything you want to know about CYBATHLON and the technique behind all these things. Now, before we keep going on with the race, I want to show you what expects you in the next hour, because there's not only the arm prosthesis race, but we also have something more for you. Have a look.
Pedaling despite paraplegia, functional electrical stimulation makes it possible. A bike race between riders with paralyzed leg muscles. The Functional Electrical Stimulation Bike Race in the next hour at the CYBATHLON 2020 Global Edition.
I'm looking really forward to that bike race, that really special race we're gonna see in the next hour. But we keep going with the arm prosthesis race. I still have with me our expert, Michel Fornasier. We've seen different types of prosthesis, and the pilots control their prosthesis with their nerves, with their muscles. Can you explain us how that actually works? How do you steer your prosthesis?
Yes, right. Actually, with muscle contractions, we have like two different kind of electrodes inside the shaft of this arm or the lower limb. And with muscle contraction, we kind of give like signals. And so we can open and close hand prostheses. But there are different ways to do it. And of course, the labs, they have, sometimes it's a little bit a secret. Of course, that's their secret. But in the normal or the usual way, it's like with muscle contractions, yes.
Mm-hmm. You have a very fancy prosthesis, so you can open it and close it. Can you do more things?
Yes, I have like 25 different grips on my mobile phone, actually. And so I can activate them. For example, I can have a different grip just to grab popcorn in the movie theater. That's quite important. It's a little bit loud, but it works fine. And for example, to ride my bicycle, I have a different grips. And yeah, there are 25 really daily task grips, which I use regularly.
Is there something you really cannot do with your prosthesis in daily life?
Yeah, there are a lot of things. For example, climbing, it's a little bit difficult. You know, I would be not the perfect climber in a way, but we are working on it with different labs as well to give people this opportunity to enjoy the mountains on the wall, actually.
Very nice. And we have quite a few teams competing in that powered arm prosthesis race. And here's the team from Germany.
I'm actually most excited about the opportunity to train our device and test it with Simona, our pilot.
Das ist noch einiges dann zu machen dabei, aber ich denke, das wird sehr gut zu verwenden sein.
Simona can control the arm with her muscles because we have ENG sensors inside the arm. Also, she can control the arm with the smartphone, where we can have a lot of different modes she can use.
We set out to create a device that's very easy to use, and we're really excited for the opportunity to compete in this competition.
We were talking about that model, especially just before. It's really special, that model. What do you think about that German?
With the backpack, yes,
Yeah.
I was super excited about it. It looks a little bit like Star Wars, the hand as well. But it looks very unusual with the backpack. And yeah, I thought it's a great innovation as well.
Now, how everybody went, or actually how it went in the arm prosthesis race, we're gonna look at a summary right now and find out who are our 4 top teams.
What a variety of models. The powered arm prosthesis race is a real eye-catcher. The prostheses come in a variety of shapes, colors and sizes. But the goal is the same for all pilots, to solve as many tasks as possible. Depending on the model, creativity is also required. Or in other words, a plastic bag. The French team Smart Arm uses a plastic bag for the task with the sweater, so that pilot Christophe Huchet can get into the sleeve easily. This is a clever solution. Others, like the German team CYBATHLON, have to skip this task. Simona Klima's prosthesis, which was developed by students in just 1 year, struggles with many tasks. And Simona also has to carry a lot of technology in her backpack. This prosthesis by Beat Grossen from the Swiss team BFH Youth is also exciting. Beat is the only pilot who can change the hand of the prosthesis. So he can choose his prosthesis depending on the task. A task in which the pilots use very different strategies is the final task. Here, the teams have to stack cups. And here we see the whole variety of strategies. The pilots use completely different methods depending on the prosthesis. But the biggest challenge in the whole race is the haptic box. This was to be expected, because this task is new in the program. Here the pilots have to detect hidden objects with their prosthesis. This requires a lot of dexterity. Many mistakes are made in this task. The Italian team Rehab Tech, for example, gives away a place in the top 4 in this task. The quartet in the top 4 was absolutely impressive, including Elena Shukova from the Russian team Supermotorika. Elena stepped in very short term as backup pilot and solves the task in a very clear and concentrated manner. With breathtaking speed, Krunoslav Mihic is on the job. The pilot of the Croatian team Makerhand solves the tasks incredibly fast. With his speed, he qualifies for the top 4. But is he flawless? Maria Fossati, the pilot of the Italian Softhand Pro team, has an impressively flexible prosthesis. She also makes it into the top 4. Maria is very skilled and very fast. Is this the mixture that brings her the victory? Magnus Niska from the Swedish E-Opera team also made it into the top 4. His prosthesis looks very similar to a biological arm, and Magnus seems to have a lot of feeling with it. Will he be the winner? Here is the ranking. 3 teams just missed the top 4. The Swiss team with Beat Grossen, the Italian team with Collian Rossi and the Swedish team with Tony Forsberg each failed only 1 task. The teams below all failed to solve at least 2 tasks and therefore missed the top 4 as well. In the top 4 are therefore, in alphabetical order, Krunoslav Mihic, Maria Fossati, Magnus Niska and Elena Shukova. Who will win?
Great job of these 4 teams. Michel, how surprised are you that those 4 teams made it?
I was quite surprised, yes. I was quite surprised, of course, but I love the ranking actually, and a big honor to all those people, and they trained so hard, months and months, even years, I would say, and huge respect to them.
And we have one of the 4 teams that are in the last 4 teams, the Croatian team. Let's have a closer look.
Pa, iskreno, meni je drago što su me pozvali na to, jer ja baš volim se uvijek natjecati u životu i želim da budem prvi normalno, jer ja sam taki.
I love Kruno, he's an amazing guy, very inspiring guy. At using prosthetics, he's incredibly agile and nimble with it. What's unique about our team is that the hand is envisioned to be a completely open source project. The hand is also very affordable to produce. It costs about $30 to make the hand.
We are Team Maker Hand.
a very competitive team, and they trained a lot, as what I've heard about them. Michel, this year there's a new task. It's the haptic box, or you call it the magic box. How does it work? I mean, you have to feel something with your prosthesis. I cannot imagine how that works.
Yes, it's a really tricky task, actually. Sometimes you have to move the object, how to get the, you know, if it's wrong, if it's in which shape they come, or maybe you have some signals in the prosthesis, which you give a signal if the object is like a square or another shape. But it's a tricky one, and it needs a lot of feelings, actually. You have to feel the object, not to grab them, actually.
Do you have that in your prosthesis?
Not yet, not yet. No, we are on the way to do it, but it's maybe in 2021.
We're looking forward to have you back with the prosthesis that can feel. Now, before we go on with the competition, I'm sure you've noticed that all these powered arm prostheses, they need an electric motor. And Maria Fossati and the Softhand Pro team, they traveled to Switzerland and visited the company who actually produces the motor for their prosthesis, which is actually Maxon. And to find out that Maxon produces motors for many different assistive technologies, that was very exciting also for Maria Fossati.
The slender sportswoman has worn a variety of different prostheses since her childhood. Inside her hand, you can find a Maxon motor, light but still powerful. The crew are looking forward to visiting the world-leading manufacturer of drive systems near Lucerne.
We are really curious about meeting the Maxon company today. I really wish that today we can discuss about prosthetic users and about how motors can be developed in the future.
Maria has some specific ideas that are important to her. Will she manage to get her points across to CEO Eugen Elmiger, who gives them a warm welcome?
Welcome to Switzerland. Buongiorno.
Buongiorno.
Thank you very much being here at Maxon.
Thank you.
I would like to show you the manufacturing place in our factory where the motors are produced.
Development engineer Robin takes her to the production line. Maria's impressed.
Yes, I've never been in a place like this.
Okay.
Yes.
Maxon's products are not only used in a variety of medical applications, but also in NASA's Mars rover. They are extremely durable.
Yes. They never burn a motor, so it's good.
CEO Eugen Elmiger spends the entire afternoon in the development lab with the crew. They discuss ideas. He asks questions. How does the prosthesis work with just one motor? How long did it take before she could operate her prosthesis?
Did it take a day, a week, a month?
A minute.
A minute?
Yes.
And the motor doesn't get too hot?
Also, when you end shake, you just feel it warm. Not really cold.
Yeah.
This is nice.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Then comes the question Maria has been waiting for.
What would you like to change, or what would be your first wish to change on the prosthetic?
Well, it's to stop really the noise of the motor, if it's possible.
Yeah.
When I was on a taxi, side by side the taxi driver, and suddenly I moved the end. And the taxi driver was like, wow, what's the, what's the noise? Because if people don't know that you're wearing a power and prosthesis, so I feel a little bit creepy about hearing this kind of noise. So the noise, maybe it's possible to do something about noise. Yes.
So this is something which is related also with the speed, speed and torque.
Can completely move the joint and that make the hand really rough.
You know, the meeting and the exchange of experience with Maria, Manuel and her team was very exciting because we could get real feedback from the users and we can produce better products for them.
And perhaps Maxon's global success is also down to the fact it likes to embrace new, interesting ideas.
And hope we can send you a Christmas gift by the end of the year with some new solutions.
Thank you, really, thank you.
Thank you so much. And I wish you a very nice journey back to Italy. Thank you so much.
Yeah, Maria Fossati pilot from the Italian team who actually is within the 4 first teams. And I'd like to introduce you now to Roger Gassert. He's professor at ETH Zurich, and he is vice president of the strategic board, whatever, of CYBATHLON. Very sorry for that. Roger, we just heard Maria, who is actually a little bit, doesn't like the noise. Is it even possible to make motors without noises?
Well, first of all, good evening, Stefan. It's really a pleasure to be here. I found that very interesting because that's definitely not the first thing we would think of as engineers, the noise of these motors. Now, I'm not a motor specialist. I assume that it's very challenging to make the noise go away. Otherwise, they would have motors already that are completely noiseless. But again, I think this is really a great benefit of an event such as the CYBATHLON, that we shift the focus and the attention also to these details, which, as you use these technologies more in daily life, become critical.
And I ask Michel Fornacier, you have a prosthesis by yourself. Is the noise really a problem for you as well? Oh, you have to change the microphone. I'm sorry about that.
Yes, sometimes it's annoying, but as Maria told us, it can be quite challenging when it's a silent location, of course.
You just said before, in cinemas,
yeah,
it's very bad.
That's kind of, people look around and, it's annoying and kind of thing, but then you stop moving the fingers, but it can, it shouldn't be like this. But, it has to be improved, of course, yes.
We saw the prosthesis of Maria, which is quite a smooth one, a soft one. Is that something that interests you?
Very much, yes. I have contact to Maria as well and her team on Instagram, actually. And I'm looking forward to find solution and synergies, actually, yes.
So the thing about the noise, I mean, the inclusion is a very important topic of CYBATHLON, and the noise would actually be against inclusion, because if he's too noisy, I don't want to sit next to him. So noise is a big topic, actually, in this field.
It's actually very interesting. So, of course, the examples you made are, we can identify with those. If I now compare, for example, to the exoskeleton teams, where paraplegics who cannot feel their legs walk again with exoskeletons, they actually find the motor noise beneficial because it lets them get a feeling for what their legs are doing, where they are, so they can focus more on walking. But of course, at the end, if you want to, this to be used just in daily activities anywhere and not be disturbing, yes, noise becomes a big issue. It's down the line, we have a lot of challenges before, but it's great that we start talking also about aspects like these.
I know the noise a little bit from my electric bike. Where does it come from, that noise? Very technical question, of course, but what does the sound?
That's a challenging question for me. So I'm guessing there are different contributors to that. There's the way you control the motor, the command, so the way you send the current to the motors. There's friction in there, so there are parts moving against each other that can make noise. That may even lead to some squeaking. And there are probably a couple other components that I'm not even thinking of now, but I know this is technically very challenging, and of course there are many other applications where it would be nice to have, motors that are less noisy.
But I'm sure Maxon is working on it and all the other researchers on the world. Now, ladies and gentlemen, inclusion, that's a big topic for CYBATHLON, because people with physical disabilities, for them it's very important to be part of the society. One way to support inclusion, of course, is to show prosthesis to a wider audience, such as in this example. It has a little bit to do with Michel, but have a look by yourself.
Mein Name ist Michel Fornacier und für mich hat die Zukunft längst begonnen.
Ich gebe dir nochmal positive Vibes.
Es hatte natürlich manchmal einen Hiccup drin, ist auch nicht weiter schlimm. Die Leute wussten auch, dass ich nicht ein professioneller Schauspieler bin, den sie hier gebucht haben.
Even without acting experience, Michel is the ideal protagonist for EKZ. On the set of the new CYBATHLON video, humanity, technology, and living are combined. Michel, who was born without a right hand and who supports young people with prostheses with his Give Children a Hand Foundation, is the perfect ambassador. His state-of-the-art bionic hand is technology that EKZ can also identify with.
Die Handprothese von Michel
misst die feinsten Bewegungen seines Handgelenkes, um die 12 Motoren zu steuern. Dafür braucht es Sensorik und Digitalisierung. Dasselbe gilt bei uns im Energiebereich. Das Zusammenspiel von selber produziertem Photovoltaikstrom, Ladeinfrastruktur für Elektromobilität und Wärmeversorgung braucht eine hohe Vernetzung und ein hohes Maß an Digitalisierung.
Stefan Meyer sees a lot of innovative potential, especially in smart homes.
Also Smart Home ist ein sehr breiter Begriff, aber das digitale Wohnen, vielleicht als Überbegriff, ist ein Trend, der ganz stark im Kommen ist. Das ist eine Technologie, die es einem ermöglicht, komfortabler zu leben, sicherer zu leben und vor allem auch energieeffizient.
And what was it that impressed Michel the most about the whole shoot in relation to innovation, living and energy?
Diese Autofahrt, wo ich zum ersten Mal mit einem Tesla notabene fahren durfte, hat mich auch sehr beeindruckt und inspiriert. Und ich hatte sehr viele Wow- und Aha-Momente heute und ich werde heute sicherlich ganz innovative Träume haben.
Michel Fornacier is a little TV star. I say, Michel, how much fun was it?
It was super fun, yes. We had a great team, a great day. The weather was nice. Everything was super with EKZ, the supporter, everything really nice.
And actually, we saw in that clip that you are also a Swiss Army knife guy because you can change your prosthesis as well.
Exactly, yes. I have like multiple tasks and multiple changing hands available.
The perfect inclusion, what would it be for you?
No barrier, actually. I mean, we are all the same and we are no aliens or people with disabilities, so treat us the same way, and I think that's the way to do it. It's just to be united in one world.
That's a very nice word. Now, Roger Gasser, the advertisement, is that a good sign for inclusion, or is it just a good marketing idea to put the prosthesis as an eye catcher into an advertisement?
Well, there are always different ways to look at things, right? But for me, I think the important part is really to make people aware and also to talk about it, bring up these topics, look at them from different perspectives. And, you know, in this video, it's sort of like it's something on the side, it's not in the center. And that, I think, is exactly what inclusion is aiming for, right? It's just a part of a bigger theme, and it integrates with all the rest.
How did you look at the arm prosthesis race? Did you like it so far?
I greatly enjoyed it. I was really impressed by so many things. I mean, the team spirit, of course, the technologies. As an engineer, that's what fascinates me. But I also really appreciated the changes that have been made to the tasks, which I think really challenge the prosthesis. Because as we've seen a lot in many of the videos before, is that it's still mostly a supportive arm that helps the intact hand do the complicated tasks. And here, this is really being challenged more and more. And I hope that will really push forward the technology as well, so that prosthetic hand also becomes more useful in daily life.
Very good. We have quite a few teams competing against each other, and one team is from Russia. Let's have a closer look here.
Крутое ощущение, то есть очень интересно смотреть на это, как протез берется и включается и работает.
Victory for us is when a person without a hand watching this event is inspired and changes his life.
Самый первый раз проходишь трассу, то думаешь, а как я это сделаю? Это же невозможно. Но когда начинаешь пробовать и повторять одни и те же действия, то становится все лучше и лучше с каждым разом.
Yeah, we've just seen Lina Shukova, the pilot from Russia, and she was she came very shortly to the team and had to do the competition. Now, Michel, how good are they today in the race?
They're all very good. As I told you, they greatly experienced. They have a huge success with the training, and they build all the whole parkour at their home as well. Of course, now they has to.
But they are in the top 4 now. So,
yes. I think they have a good, well, there are a lot of options to win the title, actually.
Then what do you think? Who's going to win? Your tip?
I have a tip, but let's see.
Let's see. Roger Gassert, what do you think? What will be the team at the end on the top?
I think it could be any of them. It's such an advanced interplay between the technology and the pilot themselves that it's just, I think, impossible to predict. I wouldn't want to try.
Croatia, Sweden, Russia, and Italy. Those 4 teams will compete, and we want to find out. And of course, they're actually watching us right now because all the teams, they recorded their races back home, and they don't know who will be the winner. So let's have a look. Here they are, all the teams from all over the world who are back home, sitting on their sofas and chilling and relaxing now since they've done the races. And they're really excited to find out now who will be the winner. So let's go to that race and let's find out who is the fastest in the powered arm prosthesis race at CYBATHLON 2020.
The countdown has started for the powered arm prosthesis race with Moscow on standby, Croatia, the Maker Hand team, and of course in Sweden, E-Opera with Magnus Nischka, and the University of Pisa with Maria Fossati, that is Soft Hand Pro. We're with Elena Zukova, who goes to the first of the 6 challenges. There are 100 points to be scored. You have 8 minutes of time. Michelle, for me, the toughest of the tough, I believe, is the breakfast and jam jar problems for Zukova right at the start of the challenge. This is a nightmare for the Supermotorica team.
Yes, she has problems with the jam jar, actually. It looks like it's stuck in a way, or like the wrong grip, maybe. But it's important to be focused.
She's got the right grip on the prostheses, and she's trying again. All of the equipment is the same for every one of the teams. If you look to the left of your screens, Mihic for Croatia, Nischka and Fossati of Sweden and Italy are already away, working their way through all of the challenge. But for Elena Zukova from Moscow, she has had to skip the first challenge. No points. Early leader on screen, Maria Fossati for Italy and the University of Pisa. She's into the laundry, where she will have to zip up her hoodie, hang up her t-shirt, tie the laces and hang up the training shoes. Michelle, the Italian, very confident, quick in the early challenge.
Very quick, and she did a great job with the sweatshirt as well. Sometimes it's very sticky with the hand prosthesis to get through, and some uses a plastic bag, but she did a great job without a plastic bag even.
Now, working very quickly again, she can use her normal human hand if the piece of equipment is not blue. But as you can see, 2
pins.
pegs, and here Maria has to use the prosthesis arm, and this is good. She's leading, and she's leading 4 seconds clear of Sweden, 22 seconds clear of Croatia, with Zukova now way behind the pace after that nightmare at the first stage. The Italian moves on to clean sweep. We go to Magnus Nischka of E-Opera, Sweden, out of the Göteborg University. And again, he's just 4 seconds off the pace and looking very quick and slick, Michelle.
It's very close. Yes, it's a head-on-head race, actually. And he's quite calm doing those pins. Grip by grip, but yes, great job. And he has a green line, 2 green lines for Croatia as well, here, with the 3rd task.
Yeah, there are three teams out there, Michelle, that have all got green lights. The red tells us that they have made a mistake or picked up a penalty. It is all clean so far, but the leader is Fossati. She's 29 seconds ahead of Mihic of Croatia from the Maker Hand team here, who we're looking at on screen. Look how he balances that ball, and because the ball is blue, he can only use his prosthesis arm.
Exactly, well done. All those tasks, he's so prepared, actually. And there's a lot of practicing. They work for it weeks or months, they train. Now the hammer skill.
This is the home improvement, 17 points, still 45 points, maximum points for Maria Fossati and Soft Hand Pro. She is our current leader. She's at the halfway point, 3 tasks to go. Let's go to Magnus Nischke now, E-Opera and Sweden. Look at the clock, 3 minutes 27, but the perfect point score, 29. He's just finishing up clean sweep, and it's another green perfect score, although he's 32 seconds behind this lady, who for the first time, Michelle, makes a few small errors, and he's just finding it a little difficult with the scissors to cut the paper.
That's the nerves, actually, Nick, I guess. But she's still leading. She's still leading, and she's doing a great job with the scissors, actually. She has their own tactic to do it.
I turn my... Now the Croatian is picking up. Remember, he was over 20 seconds down, and Krunoslav Mihic has got it down to just 10 seconds. If he can work quickly through the home improvements and be fast and efficient through the next challenge, the haptic box, he could turn the tables on the leader from Italy. That is Maria Fossati. But Mihic here goes into the haptic box. Now, the haptic box is all about feeling. Fossati looks to be losing that advantage here, because we can see that Mihic is in the haptic box stage. Fossati just struggling a little bit with that light bulb. There she goes, the Italian going into the 5th or the penultimate test is now behind the Croatian. This is Magnus Nischke. He's in third position,
exactly.
With Russia out of the chase. But this touch, this new task, the haptic box, really is quite special, Michelle.
Yes, exactly. It's Croatia. He is the leader right now, right? He's leading.
Well, this challenge is all about touch. This is all about touch,
all
not
about
visual.
feelings.
That is the new one for 2020. It's the final challenge for Krunoslav Mihic and the Maker Hand team. You've got to build that pyramid. Here comes Fossati,
100%
looking to
match.
get back into the race, and it's going down to the wire here. It will go down to the last. You have to turn all of the blue cups over with the prosthesis hand and then build a pyramid. And it looks like the Croatian for the Maker Hand team that has the slight advantage now over Fossati of Italy. And if he can just get these last 2 cups onto the pyramid, it will be a Croatian gold medal. And as Krunoslav Mihic completes the task, Fossati is having a few problems, and Croatia take the gold.
End of race.
In the powered of prosthesis race. That's a great performance. Behind the Italian in the first 3 tasks, but he won it on the final 3. And that is a great performance. Andrej Dukic there cannot believe it. The head of the Maker Hand team of Croatia, they have taken the gold. And Fossati just to the left is finishing off that final stacking challenge. Italy are looking good for silver. This is the tough story for Russia with Elena Zhukova. Yes. Well, off the pace from the very get-go of the race, but finishing it nicely. Magnus Nischke, look at that. Perfect score on every one of the challenges. Just does not have the speed to match the Croatian winner. Here's Maria Fossati, Italy, looking good to take
second place.
Well done, Maria Fossati.
Silver medal. Well, actually, gold medal for the best female.
That is a great performance, but maybe she'll be a little frustrated to have let the Croatian just steal the gold in those last 2 challenges. But what a great performance from Maria Fossati to take silver for Soft Hand Pro. And it looks like the Swedes with E-Opera and Magnus Nischke still looking for another perfect score, 100 points, and he's keeping it under 8 minutes, which is what I like very much indeed. Look at Elena Zhukova. Good performance for Russia, who go 4th. It is Magnus Nischke who takes the bronze medal for Sweden due to the error from the Russian team at the very first stage. Gold for Croatia, silver for Italy, and there the bronze for Sweden.
What a great competition. Congratulations to all of the 4 top teams. And we see them here sitting in front of their computers, watching the last few seconds of the race. And you saw them, how they cheered when they saw that they were 1st, 2nd, or 3rd. The winner of the race is Krunoslav Mihic from Croatia, and we see him now when he realized that he will be the winner. Let's have a look. What's his reaction? They don't know yet. They're still waiting if he will make it or not. And wow, we missed it all. Anyway, so Croatia is the winner of this arm prosthesis race, CYBATHLON 2020. We have a look at the graphics one more time to see what teams are first, second, third, and fourth. First is Croatia, as I said. So now we have the Croatians, the Krunoslav Mihic. So it's changing all the time. That's live TV. We have the graphics now. It's first place Croatia. Then we have second place Maria Fossati from Italy. Then the Swedish team Magnus Niska, and then the Russian team with Elina Sukova. Congratulations to all four teams. You had great effort, great performance from all of you. And now we try to go to Croatia, to Krunoslav Mihic. Let's try. Krunoslav, can you hear me? Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Hello. Yes.
A lot of echo. Congratulations. That was a great performance. How was it for you?
Kako ti je bilo? Već na hrvatskom. Bilo je uzbudljivo, jako uzbudljivo. It was very exciting.
Very excited. That's perfect. Now, it was a hard game, but you could do everything. That was just a perfect race today, was it?
Zahvaljujući njemu. Sve on je rasturio.
So we talked to the engineer. What do you say?
Aha, savršena utrka. I ja sam uzbuđen jako.
He's just very excited, very happy about the race. It was an amazing run.
How much? Okay, you should ask him. How much did you train for this race today?
I'm sorry, I did not hear the question.
How many hours did you do training for the competition?
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes. Basically, because of the pandemic, he's only had 40 hours of training because we could never match up. We were in separate lockdowns, me in Netherlands and him in Croatia.
But did you? Well, that's impressive. Only 40 hours of training. But did you know already during the race that it's a good race?
Yes, we knew.
Of course. Yes, of course. Reci da to mi je rekao.
Okay, they're happy. They are first, and congratulations again to Croatia, to Krunoslav Mihic and the whole team. Well done. Thank you very much. Michel Fornacier, what do you think? That was really a perfect race, was it?
Perfect race, well deserved. Congratulations from my side as well, but it was awesome, yes.
Roger Gassert, what impressed you the most about the team who won?
Well, first of all, it was really impressive race, very close, and I really would like to congratulate all the teams. I think what impressed me now with the winner, I did not know who was going to win, is this trade-off between finding the right level of complexity and robustness and functionality. And it really made me think, 4 years ago, before the first CYBATHLON, we did a scientific symposium, and a colleague of mine there said, what we need to do is not develop high-tech, we don't need to develop low-tech, but we need to develop just the right tech. And I think this beautifully illustrated it again.
Oh, very nice word. You saw actually the competition. How is it for you to watch these guys compete?
Well, as with any competition, you really get in there with the teams and you get nervous and excited, and it's just super fantastic to see, on the one side, how things have evolved since 2016 now, and also what the challenges are that still remain. I think there's room for a few more CYBATHLONs over the next years.
Thank you very much. Let's go back to Michel Fornacier one more time. Now, Michel, when you watch these pilots do that, wouldn't that be something for you as well, to compete in CYBATHLON?
I'm not a competitive person, actually. My competitive spirit is like a little bit missing. And, well, maybe sometimes in 2024, who knows?
Thank you very much, Michel Fornacier, for being here, for being our expert. Thanks very much. And thank you also, Roger Gassert. We're going to see you later in the show again. And this was the second competition at this year's CYBATHLON 2020, the powered arm prosthesis race. This isn't it yet. So we have more to come for you. The FES race, a functional electrical stimulation bike race, which is a fantastic competition. So make sure you do not run away too far. Stay tuned. We'll be back in a few minutes.
Success isn't just about what you accomplish in your life. It's about what you inspire others to do. Live your version of freedom of movement. We support paraplegics for a lifetime.
New for you. New for Switzerland. For everyone who wants to watch more. The new streaming platform featuring Swiss films, series and documentaries, all in your language. Stream anytime, anywhere. Stream Switzerland. Play Swiss. Discover everything Switzerland has to offer.
Grüezi miteinander and welcome everyone back. CYBATHLON 2020 Global Edition. This is our third hour of this year's special Global Edition. Welcome here at the Architecture Building on the beautiful campus Hönkeberg of ETH Zurich. The campus is a little bit outside of Zurich. Beautiful place, actually. It's dark outside right now. You can see it from the outside, but in here we have the light to do this live show, especially for CYBATHLON 2020 Global Edition. It's a special situation in the whole world, and because of the pandemic and because we wear the masks now, I'm sorry, the teams could not travel to Switzerland to compete against each other live. So what they actually did, they did the races by themselves at home. They recorded it, they sent us to Zurich, we put everything together. It's so big effort. 51 teams from 20 countries took part and did the CYBATHLON 2020. We have the map here. You see where all these teams come from. And thank you very much for all the teams all over the world. The huge effort and the huge passion you bring into that project. That's fantastic. We're really happy that we can do CYBATHLON 2020 Global Edition, and the whole team was working hours and weeks to make it happen. So here we are. We have 6 disciplines in total. We have the next one coming up right now. But if you haven't heard about CYBATHLON and you don't really know what it's all about, here you get some answers.
CYBATHLON 2020 Global Edition. An event where pilots with disabilities and technology developers perform at their best. Who will win? Over 50 teams take part from countries around the globe. Who has developed the best technology together with their pilot? Competitions are held in 6 separate disciplines. It's all about solving tasks of everyday life. In the powered arm prosthesis race, the pilots with an amputation or dysmelia have to manipulate and feel hidden objects with their prosthetic arms. In the powered exoskeleton race, pilots with a paralysis of the legs have to master a course with exoskeletons. And in the powered wheelchair race, pilots with a walking disability must even maneuver their robotic wheelchairs over stairs. In the BCI discipline, the pilots with a paralysis at the neck level compete in a computer game using only the power of thought. In the power leg prosthesis race, pilots with above-knee amputation or dysmelia use prosthetic legs to overcome everyday obstacles. And in the functional electrical stimulation bike race, pilots ride a bike as fast as possible by applying an external current that makes their paralyzed leg muscles contract. Who will win? Required are agility, precision, concentration, and endurance. Advanced technologies can make life easier for people with disabilities. At the CYBATHLON, equal opportunities are a priority. Technology, competitive spirit, and emotions. That's the CYBATHLON 2020 Global Edition.
The next discipline in this CYBATHLON 2020 Global Edition will be the functional electrical stimulation bike race. And I welcome now our expert in that field. Welcome, Claudio Pere. He's head of sports science and performance diagnostics in sports at the Swiss Paraplegic Center in Nottwil, but you're also lecturer in sports physiology at ETH Zurich within the field of paraplegia and sports. CYBATHLON, what is it for you?
A great thing.
That's a very short answer.
Fantastic.
What's the most fantastic thing about CYBATHLON?
I think it's wonderful to show how you bring technology and people together, teams that work together from different disciplines. This all what is possible technically today, and how you can bring it to the people, how it can help you to enhance performance. And in terms of FES cycling, it's also a good thing to show that there are possibilities to increase physical fitness in this population.
Which is actually very important for the athletes.
It's very important. I think it's even more important than for us that people move, and use a lot of calories doing sports. It makes them more, what's it called? They can participate more in other things. In daily life. It's quality of life in the end, what they will gain.
And you will comment the races afterwards with Nick Fellows. How did you get prepared for this? You're not a commenter, so how did you get prepared?
I'm not used to comment, but I just looked. So I was in the 2016 edition already here. I know some team members, some teams. I just looked the homepage, what the teams are doing, what is the technology, and so on. And so I'm ready.
The discipline is called FES, Functional Electrical Stimulation Bike Race. I had to train to say this several times. And if you all think that's a very complicated thing, it's not that complicated. Look how it is.
Cycling despite complete paraplegia. Functional electrical stimulation makes it possible. By placing electrodes on the skin, currents are applied to the muscles, making them contract. The paralyzed legs start pedaling. The pilots can also determine the current intensity themselves. But watch out, too much electricity can tire the muscles. This year, the pilots will compete against each other on a smart trainer. Whoever reaches 1,200 meters first wins.
We have to say this again. Those athletes, they have paraplegia. They cannot move their legs. And in that race, they can move their legs. Claudio Pere, 20, 30 years ago, if somebody had have told you this will be happening, what would you tell that person?
I'm not sure. So I think I believe in the future, in technology, but it's about 25 years since FES started. The technology developed. In the beginning, there were heavy, so you could not cycle outside or doing things like that. It was more laboratory-based, and this makes it not feasible for daily living, for the public, so it's a huge development which went on the last 25 years.
And also today, it's still a little bit in the research. It's CYBATHLON. Is it already possible to do it outside CYBATHLON in daily life, to use FES?
Yeah, it is possible. You can do, but you cannot race like 20 kilometers or something like that. But maybe there are options in the future to combine it with an electromotor or with a tandem, with an able-bodied person, so they can go out together and make some journeys together.
So the future is open. And we have 9 teams competing in that special bike race. And here's the first team from Korea.
저는 2016년 7월 7일에 계곡에 친구들과 놀러 갔다가 다이빙 사고로 인해서 목뼈가 부러지면서 병수 분산이 되었습니다.
I know it took a long time for him to operate his bike. He has a very positive attitude for any circumstance, and he never gave up. I cannot forget the moment when he operated bike pedals for the first time. How happy he was.
제가 휠체어를 타고 난 뒤부터 도전하고 싶다는 것이 생겼고 또 새로운 경험을 좋아하기 때문에 사이베슬론 대회라는 것을 알게 되었고 그래서 지원하게 되었습니다.
Very impressive stories. Now, Claudio Pere, you work at the Paraplegic Center in Knoxville. You have to do with a lot of people with paraplegia. What does it mean to the people with paraplegia when they can use their legs again?
Yeah, there are different aspects. So if you talk to people, some say it's nice to see moving my legs. Others, so one told me, like, since I do FES cycling, my legs gain some muscle mass, and so I'm happy that I can go outside to the swimming pool in summer, and not everyone stores on my legs. So I really have some gains cosmetically, or I feel better, maybe, oneself, but there are also all the benefits for bones, for muscles, against the cubitus, and so on.
Very good. We have now something for you that shows a little bit better how the functional electrical stimulation bike race works. Oh, I'm sorry, I missed this one. Of course, we've seen that already. So we want to find out now, we want to see more about that competition, and let's start the race.
FES, a functional emotional stimulation bike race. And we go straight to Seoul in South Korea to look at Yong-Hoon Kim. Now, let's also chat quickly with our expert, Claudio Pere. Claudio, we see some of the competitors using their hand, not so much here with the Korean, who starts off well, very good rhythm. It's against the clock, 8 minutes to try and get 1,200 meters. Fastest athlete wins, but they are allowed a little bit of pushing with the hand, that's correct.
Yes, that's correct. They're allowed to push a little bit, but not to help with their hands. I think they need to push to overcome the dead point. Sometimes stimulation is not that smooth that he can overcome the whole rotation of the pedal, and so it's allowed to help a little bit, but not to push with the hands.
And of course, each and every one of the pilots' lower extremities and parts of the torso are paralyzed. And this, of course, is to help enable them, the pilots, to perform a pedaling movement on this cycle. And this is good work. This is really good. Remember, it was a 750-meter challenge in the first CYBATHLON back in 2016. It's 1,200 meters for 2020. Claudio, that's a big change. It's a much tougher task this year.
Yeah, it's really much tougher now, and we see this pilot is quite well on his way. So he will, I think, do it within these 8 minutes. He will have for the 1,200 meters. But I think it's also to stimulate the technology, because everyone knows maybe now that you can do 750 meters in 8 minutes, and we want innovation. We want to push the technology.
And he's at the halfway point. This is impressive. 600 meters, and he's setting a really good time. be again the South Korean team out of Seoul doing exceptionally well. Now let's go to ENS de Lyon in France. This is Farid Oud Joudi. And again, a few leg issues. But still, digging deep, working hard here.
Yeah, it looks really like he's working very hard and he pushes with a lot of strength, but the movement is not that smooth. You can see that he always has a little bit some breaks in between, maybe has some spasticity now, but yeah, he will get into troubles now, I think.
And this is a great shame because Farid, who was a competitor back in 2016, was hoping to use that experience of the first ever CYBATHLON, but now we can see he's struggling. What's he trying to do here with the hand?
He tries to to support the legs a little bit and to stretch the muscles below, because now it looks like he has some co-contraction, so he wants to push with the leg, but on the other side also the hamstrings are stimulated, so he cannot push forward, and he tries to smooth the muscles.
Well, he's certainly using all of his experience, everything that he possibly can. But this is looking very difficult now for Farid.
Yeah, now
getting a little frustrated, I sense, Claudio.
Yeah, it becomes really hard now, and I think he will not make the 1200 meters within the time which he's doing allowed. And maybe the muscles are already fatigued now, and yeah, he will get into real troubles now.
And it looks like it's coming to an end. What a great shame for the ENS de Lyon team here. He's made the 200-meter mark. You can see that from the green marking on the graphic on the right of your screens. But that looks like it's game over, race over, competition done. We go to Thailand, and this is Sakjuti Plungpong Pun. Struggling at the start here, Claudio.
Yeah, that's something we often can see if people start to cycle with FES. So maybe he wants to push too hard for the beginning and gave too much of current. Yeah, now he tries to help with his hands a little bit to overcome the load, but this will become also difficult to get a really good race time, I think. And you also can see that his legs, the movement is not that smooth. His knees is looking towards outside. And yeah, it will become hard for him, I think.
You're absolutely right, Claudio. You can see the determination. He's trying everything, really trying to get that movement, get that cadence, but it's not coming at all. This is frustrating for the Thai team. Very difficult indeed. He's not going to give up, that's a fact, but it's just not getting that rhythm, is he?
Yeah, he will not. If he's not able to overcome the friction of the pedal and the resistance the first time, so he will not get into a smooth movement, and he will not moving forward. So, yeah.
Disappointment for Mahidol BCI. Now let's go to Brazil. This is Estavo Lopez for the EMA team. And the EMA stands for Empowering Mobility and Autonomy. What a great name for a team. And this is a good start. Quick question, Claudio. Any reason for the dark glasses, the sunglasses, or is there just a little bit of sunshine? Of course, everybody is in their own separate locations due to the COVID restrictions for CYBATHLON 2020.
I think it's just the Brazilian style of doing this task. If you look at the bicycle, by the way, so he's sitting in a much more upright position compared to the other teams we saw until now. If you go, it's more comfortable for him to sit like this. If you go outside for a race, then maybe the air resistance is not so good for this kind of bike, but it doesn't matter here because all were on a training roller, which were calibrated here at the ETH before they were sent out, and here it's only the power he can produce is what is counting in the end, and nothing had nothing to do with the design of the bike.
Well, Estavo looks very cool in the dark shades. He's also got a nice rhythm going here. Looks comfortable, working well. He's already passed the 200-meter mark at just over 1.34 seconds. This is a good start for the Brazilian, would you say, Claudio?
Yeah, I would say so. The movement looks hard, but quite smooth. So if he can go on, he will maybe almost finish the task in these 8 minutes, which he has left.
Yeah. Team manager Roberto Baptista will be happy with this performance, I am sure. And let's get an update from pilot Andrea Gatti. Now he's already passed 600 meters with 6 minutes 10 on the clock, looking to complete the 800-meter mark at the Polytechnic of Milan.
Yeah,
great support from the rest of the team, Claudia. They really are willing him on as Andrea comes to the end of his challenge. The clock is looking like getting the better of the Italian.
Yeah, I guess he will get about 800 meters now, and the movement is quite slow, but it looks like he pushes really, really hard, and he does not fatigue anymore. And in this minute left, I guess he will do another 100 meters.
Yeah, let's not forget, 8 minutes is the maximum amount of time. I'm not sure whether Gatti is going to get to the 1200-meter mark, but Claudia, I do like the way he's digging deep when you get down to the really difficult part of the challenge.
Yeah, he's really challenging, facing the challenge here. And he takes the task, and he will fight, I'm sure, until the end. And yeah, he will do over 700, I guess.
Which is great to see. And there it is. He's hit the 800-meter mark. Now between 800 and 1,000 meters. But look at that clock. It's going against the Italian. Remember, it was only a 750-meter challenge in the CYBATHLON 2016. It's a lot tougher in CYBATHLON 2020. Watch that clock. It's ever closer to the 8-minute mark. But this has been a real gutsy performance from Andrea Gatti of Italy. The team willing him on through the last couple of seconds. And it is 850 meters over 8 minutes for the Italian. What a great performance.
The functional electrical stimulation bike race, our third competition at the CYBATHLON 2020. Really impressive, Claudia Perret, what we could see here. And we see some teams, they struggled quite a lot.
Yeah, that's correct. It's difficult to say why this is the case. I do not know exactly what they did for the warm-up. Maybe they did it too hard, or they started with a too high current, and then it could be that you also stimulate the antagonistic muscles, and yeah, this can get into trouble.
And now we see the French guy with the troubles, and he always tries with his left hand to start the pedaling again, which is allowed in CYBATHLON. What went wrong here?
I think so. It looks like like he had a cramp in the antagonistic muscle. So both muscles for the movement are contracted, and for the movement in the first push, there should only be the quadriceps, and then if he goes around with the pedal, there should be stimulated the hamstring, and it looks like all the muscles are contracted at the same time, which will not allow to do your movement.
And what was the problem? Was the electrode on the wrong side, or was it on the wrong place, or what's the problem?
This is difficult to say from here. Maybe he has too much current, or the electrodes are not placed correctly, or there are some things, this phenomenon called spasticity, which contracts the muscle. You can imagine this like a cramp, and this could happen that he cannot move.
Anyway, it's quite frustrating, I think, for the pilot when he cannot do anything about it, does he?
yeah, you can wait for a moment, try to go down or start again, or just to do some passive movement maybe, or to try to stretch the muscle. It's what he tried to do with his hands, maybe that he does not contract anymore, but it's frustrating, yeah.
But the time is running away during the race. And the time is running as well right here. CYBATHLON 2020 Global Edition. We're in the middle of the FES race, third competition today, and there is more to come. Here is what you can expect in the next hour. Oh.
Mein Name ist Michel Fornasier und für mich hat die Zukunft längst begonnen. In dieser Hinsicht ist EKZ für mich ein verlässlicher Partner.
Zuverlässig, ökologisch und günstig mit Strom versorgt. EKZ, stolzer Partner des CYBATHLON.
CYBATHLON moves people and technology. Schultes Clinic is medical partner.
I dream of observing how people with different types of disabilities can regain their lost functions as close as possible, with the help of innovative technologies such as exoskeletons.
CYBATHLON 2020 Global Edition. We're in the middle of the FES bike race. And if you want to know more about that discipline, how it works, who are the pilots, then please go to our website, CYBATHLON.com. You can find a lot of information there about the races and anything else. Now, this was the advertisement, but I wanted to show you what you can expect in the next hour. Here it is.
Pro-Infirmis, the Swiss organization for the disabled, supports disabled people in their everyday life. It also intends to overcome mental barriers towards disabled people. The goal is to achieve an inclusive society. But how? To participate in the CYBATHLON, pilots had to undergo a medical checkup at the Schultes Clinic in Zurich. This year, most of these checkups had to take place virtually, a special challenge. More background stories, insights and talks in the next hour at the CYBATHLON 2020 Global Edition.
So many interesting topics in the next hour, but we keep going with the functional electrical stimulation bike race with Claudio Pere, our expert. Now, actually, the electric stimulation does the work, as I would say, but still, how tiring is it for the athletes?
It depends on how trained they are. The problem is that if you do a stimulation by electrodes, you always contract the same muscle fibers. So the better you're trained, the longer it holds against fatigue. But in the beginning, it's just maybe 30 seconds or 1 minute, and they are tired. You have to make a break and to start again. And with training, you can also go for an hour if you don't do too much current at the beginning.
Speaking about currents, there's electric current going through electrodes to the muscle. Is it dangerous?
No, you should just control the current because these people don't feel it. So that's the reason why you can do FES, because if you want to do it, it will hurt.
That would be my next question. If you can feel your legs, that hurts, that doesn't
of course,
hurt.
But you will never get the current you need to get a good power output. So that's a good thing that you don't feel it.
So actually, what would happen if I would use the same electrodes like this team with my legs? Would I cry? What would happen?
With the same stimulation parameters?
With the same stimulation.
Yeah, your muscle would look like they cramp. They really hard contracted and it hurts really. So maybe you would cry.
maybe, I'm sure I would cry. The aim is to be fast. Now, from a very simple perspective, I would say faster currents, the faster you pedal. But it's not that easy, I guess.
No, it's not that easy. The current is one thing, but the other thing is how fast you stimulate, with how many hertz, so how many contractions you try to get. If you go too hard, then the muscle fatigues faster. Then there is a technology thing, which kind of electrodes you use, where do you place them, yeah, things like that are also important. It's not the current only.
So many different things which are important. Important are the teams, of course, and we have a look at the teams competing.
สวัสดีครับ ผมนายสกติบางวงพันธ์ชื่อเล่นชื่อออมสินนะครับประสบอุบัติเหตุมาจาก 16 ปีที่แล้วจากอุบัติเหตุทางมอเตอร์ไซค์มันเป็นความฝันที่ผมรู้สึกว่าผมอยากที่จะเข้ามาทำจากแค่ศิลปะหรือว่ามีโอกาสได้โชคดีมากในเรื่องที่มาเข้าในแลบในการแข่งขันซุปเปอร์ทอนเนี่ยไม่ใช่แค่คนพิการดูอ่อนแอขอทานเรียรายเงินไม่ใช่แต่ผมอยากจะเห็นแบบศักยภาพว่านี่คือคนไทยคิดเองสู้เวทีโลกนี่คนไทยแม่งเจ๋งจริงผิดหวังถ้าคุณรอคอยมัน
So we want to know now what teams made it to the top 4. Of course, we have now the summary prepared for you to find out who are our 4 top teams.
The functional electrical stimulation bike race was full of emotion. Certain riders had a hard time. With others, it went really well. And still others were completely exhausted after the race.
I'm still alive.
It was a race with all facets. 2 teams had to bury their hopes for a top place early. Farid Oujoudi from the French team ENG de Lyon is a newcomer and has a lot of trouble. After a bit more than 2 minutes and 200 meters, the race is over for him. His muscles do not follow the impulses and cramp up. Perhaps he had trained too much. Or was it nervousness? Even the Thai team Mahidol BCI lab with pilot Sakyuti Plungpongpon does not get far. In the end, only 72 meters are measured. Already 4 years ago, things were going badly for this team. At that time, the pilot failed the medical check. Now, the next disappointment for the Thai team. But the team does not lose its humor. Two other teams did not make it to the finish line but covered a considerable distance. Andrea Gatti from the Italian team Polymir Rehamove pedals very well for a long time. But in between, he is slow. He manages 850 meters. A great performance, because Andrea has only been a paraplegic for 1.5 years. As a newcomer, he shows an impressive performance. Stahl Lopes from the Brazilian team EMA comes a little further. Maybe thanks to the beautiful scenery, the team is competing in a beach house. And Stahl has the right outfit to match. He manages 966 meters. A good performance. But the whole distance of 1200 meters is too far for him. By the way, the distance is much longer than 4 years ago, when the riders had to master the race on a real track. What has remained the same are the favorites. The top 3 will be competing for the best places this year as well. Among them is Mark Moon from the American team Cleveland, who won by a large margin back then. The 63-year-old is the only pilot to have implanted electrodes. And of course, he is also one of the favorites this year. As expected, he shows a strong performance and qualifies for the top 4. But is it enough to win again? One of his challengers is Johnny Beer from the British Imperial Berkel team, who is contesting the race in his living room. Johnny finished second in 2016 and is a very competitive racer. He also meets the expectations and makes the top 4. Difficult for him, 3 days ago, his system did not work yet. Has he found the right setup to compete for the victory? In 2016, the French pilot Julien Jouffroy from the Swiss team BFH Cybertrike also made it to the podium. He finished third at that time. And also this year, his pedal movements look good. Julien qualifies for the top 4, and of course, he is also one of the contenders for the victory. Who will take the last place in the top 4? The Dutchman Sander Koeman still has a chance. He is participating in the CYBATHLON for the first time, and these pedal movements look very good. Sander really reaches his limits, is totally exhausted at the end. For him, it is enough to reach the top 4. That's rewarded with a little snack. But was the performance good enough for a place at the top? Bad luck for Jong-hoon Kim from the Korean team B again. Like Sander, he is also a newcomer at the CYBATHLON. But he doesn't reach the top 4 despite a very good performance. The joy of the team is enormous. He manages the 1200 meters, but in the worst time. For him, there is place 5. Here's the ranking. The French and the Thai team had a lot of trouble and took place 8 and 9. A bit further on came the Italian and the Brazilian team. Bitter for the Korean team, they make it 1200 meters, but don't make it into the top 4. The top places are occupied in alphabetical order: Johnny Beer, Julien Jouffroy, Mark Moon and Sander Koeman. Who will take the victory? Is it one of the top 3 of the last CYBATHLON? Or is it newcomer Sander?
That's the same questions we ask ourselves, our top 4 teams. Now, Claudio Pere, what do you think about those 4 top teams? Is that a surprise that those 4 made it?
No, so from the last CYBATHLON edition and what I heard about the teams, what I read about the teams, I would have said these are the 4 teams you could expect in the final.
Okay, now at the last CYBATHLON 4 years ago, it was live, it was on the tracks. Now this year it's a little bit different. We connected the bikes to the Wahoo device to make it virtually, and it's a longer race. It's 1,200 meters compared to 750 meters 4 years ago. But that Wahoo device, what does it change compared to going on a track?
It's just you put the chain into a training roller. It's like you train with your bike at home, maybe. The difficult thing is that each roller has to be calibrated before that we can make fair competition conditions. And this was done here before it was sent out. And then it's just, it counts the resistance and the meters. And it's just, the aerodynamic doesn't play a role. It's just all about the power you can produce.
So it's more fair than with aerodynamic?
No, I think if you talk about innovation, things like that, you should also have aerodynamics into account.
Okay. Now, you know all the athletes, all the pilots in the FES bike race, they're paralyzed, and every athlete has his own story. And some of these stories, they're really very impressive. So I'd like to introduce you to Estevão Carvalho Lopes. He's the pilot of the Brazilian EMA team.
A data está bem presente na minha memória. 7 de março de 2012. Fui vítima da violência de Brasília. Fui atingido por uma bala perdida, me tornando paraplégico, me tornando cadeirante, precisando de uma cadeira de rodas para me locomover. Eu estava comemorando o aniversário de um amigo, já tinha terminado a festa, já estava indo para o meu carro no estacionamento, me dirigindo para o meu carro. E aí escutei um barulho, eu já senti um choque e um queimado nas minhas costas. A bala atingiu a minha coluna, 10ª vértebra torácica, na altura da T10, e a partir daí eu já não senti minhas pernas.
Deu uma guinada de 360 graus. O primeiro ano é um ano de luto. É um ano assim que você pensa que não vai dar conta de sobreviver. Mas vai levando, né?
Eu vi que eu tinha, na verdade, 2 caminhos a percorrer. Ou me vitimizar, me fazer de vítima com essa situação, ou arregaçar as mangas encarar essa realidade e falar o que temos para hoje é isso. E eu decidi que eu ia seguir a segunda opção.
O projeto EMA significa Empoderando Mobilidade e Autonomia. Com a proposta inicial do CYBATHLON, o professor Antônio Padilha iniciou essa equipe e começou a usar o EMA, né, como um centralizador de todas as pesquisas em tecnologias assistivas que a gente estava desenvolvendo. Depois que ele entrou, a gente viu realmente que ele tinha uma resposta muito boa e que ele tinha um potencial muito grande. Então, uma vez que a gente conseguiu convencer ele a entrar para o projeto, realmente ele se tornou a figura central do projeto. E ele é uma pessoa muito carismática, então ele é capaz de motivar a equipe e ele está sempre muito engajado, tanto na parte de pesquisa, quanto na parte de utilização da tecnologia para participar dessa competição. Além de tudo isso também, ele é um atleta paralímpico, né? Que ele tomou uma decisão de aproveitar ao máximo a condição que lhe foi imposta, né? E ele realmente faz isso com uma motivação incrível.
Hoje a minha vida é muito melhor do que era antes. Hoje tem um porquê, então mudou meu modo de pensar, mudou meu modo de valorizar não só a minha vida, mas a vida das outras pessoas. Então o projeto tem esse sentido, né? De trazer a qualidade de vida para todos. É que eu tenho um legado, é que eu tenho outras pessoas se beneficiando dessa tecnologia que é maravilhosa. Isso é o principal.
That's really good. 4 teams of this year's CYBATHLON 2020 FES bike race. I'd like to introduce you now to Professor Robert Riener. He's actually the initiator of CYBATHLON in 2013. He had the idea for the CYBATHLON. Welcome, Robert. Thanks for joining us here.
Welcome.
This story of Esteban, that's really incredible. So he got the stability back in life because of CYBATHLON. That fits perfectly with the philosophy of CYBATHLON, does it?
Yes, of course, it's a great thing that we want to give also to all these pilots who can participate. Unfortunately, it's only just a small number of people who can really join such an event and find a team which is supporting them. We are trying to really make it much broader, to give it a chance to a large population of our society with people with disabilities.
I wanted to ask this because within the CYBATHLON Championship with the team, you're in a kind of CYBATHLON bubble. So how can you actually bring that into normal life, that you can take the energy from CYBATHLON to the normal life?
That's exactly the idea of CYBATHLON. We try to broaden the technology to not only showcase it to the society and the publicity, but also involve many teams, increase the number of devices which can be produced, which are developed, which are getting marketable, which are getting cheaper and affordable. And this way we try to reach a lot of people with disabilities.
We have 4 teams in the top 4 in this race, and we want to have a look at our Swiss team.
Willkommen. Willkommen. Salut zusammen.
Welcome. We are taking part in the FES bike race for the 2nd time, and we've been working in the last 4 years to optimize the technology of the stimulation and the bike. And on the other side, our pilot has been training very hard to train his muscles and train his condition.
We did a few improvements, reducing the resistance on the track with a new chain guide system. But the most important part is that Julien adapted his training schedule so that he becomes a lot more fit. And I think this will make the biggest difference compared to CYBATHLON 2016.
So this is our Swiss team at the FES race. Now, Claudio Peretta, can you tell us more about that team?
The Swiss team, yeah. I hope it will win, of course. I know that they changed the stimulation, so they divided the electrodes to get less fatigue and to stimulate different. Before, you heard, Julia trained much more, and I hope they made a big progress now.
Very good. And to ask question to Robert Riener, if you have a look at that team, what surprises you maybe also at the Swiss team?
I like that they are working on it since many years. I know the head of the team, Ken Hunt, already since maybe 20 years. And they have a very tricky technology. Actually, they split a large electrode to many smaller electrodes to somehow overcome the problem of fatigue of the muscle. So that's, I think they have a chance to win.
You're a professor of sensory motor system. What's your connection to the FES, to the functional electrical stimulation?
Actually, it was my start getting a researcher. I did my PhD work in that field of FES stimulation before I entered the area of robotics later.
Why did you go to the other one?
Sometimes these are the chances which come in daily life. And we had a great environment also in robotics. Finally, I fused the area of rehabilitation and electrical stimulation with robotics so that we also can develop exoskeletons in my lab, for example.
Okay, we just saw the Swiss team, but there are more teams within our top 4 teams. Here's the team from the Netherlands.
Pulse Racing is a student team from the Free University in Amsterdam. We started 3 years ago and now we have 12 students from Human Movement Sciences.
I'm racing for Pulse Racing in CYBATHLON. Due to the Berkel bike, it's for me possible again to use my legs, and that's very exciting.
We've been working with Sander for 3 years right now, and he's very willing to train, so he's training almost every day. So we also see a lot of progression, and we're looking forward to the CYBATHLON to see where we can end in the race.
Another team in the top 4. Claudio, what do you think? What can they do?
I think they compete really good. But the wonderful thing in this team is that the students can work in practice. They have different disciplines together. They bring it together. They really learn for daily life at the university, and that's a huge thing.
Now, you know quite a few of those teams, but how about the teams between each other? How good do they know each other? Do they help each other? Do they call each other? What's going on here?
I think if you call someone, he will give you some answers.
Really?
But no, it's a small world in this field at the moment. But there are, of course, some small secrets, which parameters to use for stimulation, which kind of electrodes, and it's like a competition in the end.
It's a competition, but we say it's the CYBATHLON family. Robert Riener, is it a family?
Yeah, in terms of knowing each other, for sure. We also meet at conferences. The competition is a bit different to competition in industry, where the people fight too much for money only. And here it's also an athletic and sportive event, I would say.
So we have another team we want to share with you. This team comes from Great Britain.
Hello, and a very warm welcome to Team Imperial.
Johnny is an inspiring person. Having a discussion with him, I get a lot of good ideas. One idea is to build an AI that can provide personalized, optimal stimulation pattern for each user.
Team Imperial is participating with an Olympic spirit. Of course, we would like to win medals at this 2020 CYBATHLON, as we did in 2016, but mainly we are here to bring together a fantastic team of pilots and world-class engineers that allow us to deliver not only new technology, but show what we can do to help people.
Teams from all over the world competing here at CYBATHLON 2020 in the FES, the Functional Electrical Stimulation Bike Race. And Claudio, that really seems to be a worldwide thing, that FES. Is it like this?
Yeah, this is really, we can say that. We have teams from Thailand, from USA, from Europe, from everywhere around the world. And I think it's well known in the research community.
Africa, just as the continent, we don't have a team from there. Is there something going on in that field?
I don't know any teams from Africa. For sure, there are many teams all over the world distributed. It's a well-established technology in labs, but it still didn't make it to a daily routine in clinical applications or as a commercial devices. There are some, but we have to work a lot to make it more popular and also acceptable in our medical society.
So concerning sports, how important are sports in the CYBATHLON world, or also for rehabilitation then?
Sports is one way of movement rehabilitation, or movement in general is very important to get not only fitter, but also get back functions, get back movement functions. And sports is something which is healthy. and it doesn't matter if you are disabled or not.
Very good. So CYBATHLON has many supporters and partners, such as Blue Sports, and who actually helps people with disabilities to do sports, and they do a great job.
Roger Bolliger lost his right leg in an accident at work in 2002. He began to cycle during his rehabilitation, and he has since won numerous Swiss paracycling championships. He's now 46 years old and trains with the Blue Sport in the Velodrome in Grenchen.
Der Sport gibt für mich Lebensqualität, Lebensfreude vor allem. Der Sport gehört dazu wie die Luft zum Atmen. Im Sport sollte man, wenn man es leistungsmäßig betreibt, Ziele haben. Bei mir sind das die Paralympics in Tokio. Und von daher muss man einfach bereit sein und das Training fokussiert angehen.
Here, Roger can count on the comprehensive support provided by Blue Sport.
Die Arbeit ist enorm wichtig, weil Blue Sport die Hürden senkt, um Sport treiben zu können. Blue Sport vermittelt das Fachwissen, um behindertenspezifisch Sport treiben zu können. Blue Sport ist im Breitensport, im Nachwuchssport aktiv.
Florina, Kaya and David are just some of the talented young cyclists.
Ich fahre sehr gerne Velo und Dani Hirs, der Nationaltrainer, hat sich sehr stark sofort um mich bemüht. Und ich habe ziemlich schnell gemerkt, dass ich das liebe, das Tempo, die Möglichkeit, Strecken zurückzulegen. Ich habe ein super tolles Umfeld, Freunde, mit denen ich mich austauschen kann, die mich auffangen, die mich unterstützen. Ja, Roger als Mensch gibt uns sehr viel. Oder dem Team, weil er viel Erfahrung hat, weil er uns motiviert, weil er eine positive Lebenseinstellung hat. Und das ist extrem wertvoll für ein Team.
Also das Fahrradfahren gibt mir eine bessere Lebensqualität. Es ist, ja, man fühlt sich frei während dem Fahrradfahren, man ist in anderen Gedanken, man muss sich konzentrieren und schaltet einfach so den Alltag ein bisschen ab.
Blue Sport schaut für die Verbindung vom Behindertensport zum Nichtbehindertensport und von daher ist Blue Sport ein extrem wichtiger Player in diesem ganzen Konstrukt Sport.
It's also thanks to the support that elite cyclist Roger Bolliger can dream of winning an Olympic medal in Tokyo.
Sports very important also in the rehabilitation. Claudio Pera, you work in Notville. Rehabilitation is very important. It is all about rehabilitation. How important is the sport right there?
I think it's very important to have sports, especially after their rehab. So if people go home from rehab, they should go on doing sports because otherwise they gain weight. It's also a question of, in the end, it's always about quality of life. You can do things yourself, you can participate, you're included, and so on. So it's very important.
The keyword included or inclusion. Robert Riener, this is a very important topic for CYBATHLON. We've said this before. Is sports the best way to include people?
Yeah, sports is always great to distract from any kind of problems in our society or in a political system. So Olympic disciplines, Olympia is very important also to move together, to make an inclusion from a political point of view.
So not all the people like sports. Are there other ways to do a good inclusion for disabled people?
Yes, sports is a very wide term. Also here we can call it sports, although the movements are slow. I think it's just important that people come together and do something together. And that supports, or that's the prerequisite for inclusion.
We are still in the FES, in the Functional Electrical Stimulation Bike Race, and we have the last team presentation, the 4 top teams. Here's the last one.
The biggest challenge is that everybody on Team Cleveland is smarter than me. That challenges me every day.
My team in Cleveland is like a second family to me. Those people for the last 8 years have been a very important part of my life.
We have physical therapists, exercise physiologists, engineers, and of course, a highly motivated pilot. Mark's work ethic is exceptional.
I would say I'm a competitive person, and my favorite things are, of course, winning.
From Cleveland, the winner at CYBATHLON 2016, Robert Riener. What do you think? What's going to be the place at the end of this race?
That's also a very interesting team. I must admit, I know Ken Hunt very long, but I know Ron Triolo even longer, almost 30 years from my work as a PhD student. And they have one advantage. They're using an implanted technology, which is cumbersome to do, and it's also risky to do a surgery to get it. But if you do it successfully, it can also overcome fatigue and produce a much higher amount of force. So they are also favorites from my point of view.
But it's also a little bit risky to implant things into the muscle, is it?
Of course, whenever you open the body and produce some kind of trauma, it's a risk. You always have to compare the risk with the benefit. In that case, and you see the story of Mark, the benefit is so big that a risk can be covered.
Claudio, what do you think? What's your favorite team in these four teams?
I think there are some advantages for the implanted electrodes, which you can directly stimulate. So it's the Cleveland team or one team with a vertical bike.
Should we maybe in 4 years do two different categories, like for implanted and not implanted one? Would that be necessary?
I don't think so at the moment, but if you would have hundreds of people who implant electrodes, then maybe it's worth to think about. But in the end, it's the same technology and the same race.
So you go for Cleveland. Robert, your tip?
Cleveland.
Also Cleveland. So we have one favorite team from those two guys, and we have a look now at all the teams watching us from all over the world, because no one knows actually who will be the winner. Now here we see them watching from home, watching us here in Zurich, and everyone is excited and wants to find out who will be the winner. And now it's time to go to the race.
Functional electrical stimulation bike race. There are 4 teams left in contention for the gold medal. 3 of the 4 won medals in the 2016 edition of the CYBATHLON. This is the big favourite, Mark Moon from the United States of America. Koeman from the Netherlands, looking very confident at the start. Then from Imperial College London, we have Johnny Beer, who took the silver medal 4 years ago, and Julien Jouffroy for Switzerland. Now let's take a quick look at Mark Moon. And a word from you, Claudio. This pilot has a unique system, different to any other in the final.
Yeah, that's correct. The difference is that the electrodes are directly implanted into the muscle, and this allows a direct stimulation of the nerve for the muscle.
Now, the Cleveland team are the team to beat. They took the gold medal 4 years ago, and this is a gentleman who's looking to turn the tables. Johnny Beer, out of the Imperial Berkel team, who took the silver medal back in 2016, is one of the favourites. And as we can see, they all look very comfortable and very efficient and effective in the early part. Already heading for the 400-metre mark is Julien Jouffroy from the BFH Cyber Trike team. And again, one of the favourites and the bronze medalist. And Sander Koeman from the Netherlands is our 4th pilot. Again, looking very comfortable, setting a nice rhythm and cadence in the early stages. But it's the American that has the early lead, going off very quickly, but perhaps now finding a little trouble, Claudio.
Yeah, it looks like she's really falling into trouble, and the other teams are fast and all look very strong, and I bet it will be a tight race now.
It is so tight. 5 seconds off the pace for Beer. And here we see the Swiss 1 second off the pace. There is no question that Mark Moon for the United States of America is in trouble here, because it is the Dutch team with Koeman that now take the lead. We're at the 600-metre mark. Remember, we're pedaling for 8 minutes at 1:42. Pulse Racing are setting a blistering pace.
Yeah, just to say,
Just
I mean,
1 second off the pace.
there's only 2 minutes for the 600 meters. That means there is about 17k per hour he's racing now, or about 10 miles per hour, which is quite fast for such a bike.
And is that a problem for some and not for others? Because the early pace has been electrifying. We're already at the 800-meter mark with Johnny Beer from the Imperial Berkel, and he's just gone past 2 minutes. This is looking very fast indeed. Claudio, have they gone too fast too soon?
I don't think so. I think they tested the race before, and they should be experienced and know how they pace.
And look at Koeman go here. He takes the lead back, and he's absolutely flying. He's heading for the 1,200-meter mark, and he's there. Look at the time. 2 minutes 40 is absolutely remarkable. Sander Koeman, the big upset in the FES race. It's gone to the Netherlands. Who will take the silver medal? Johnny Beer is so close with, and it is Beer. Imperial College of London, the Imperial Berkel team takes silver medal. Exactly where he finished in 2016. Now the race is on for bronze. Will it be the USA? Will it be Switzerland? And it is Mark Moon who's just there. Cleveland take the bronze medal. It was the gold 4 years ago. And still, with an amazing time of 3 minutes 17, the Swiss team take 4th position. What a finale. What a race. But it is Team Pulse Racing that take the gold.
Groot applaus voor het team.
Well, as we said before, there were 3 medalists from the 2016 edition of the CYBATHLON, all looking to go one better than their positions of 4 years ago. But it is Koeman from the Netherlands that causes a real surprise. Last year's winner there, Mark Moon, had a few issues halfway through the challenge. Such a close race. What a magnificent performance from Sander Koeman. 2 minutes 40 is remarkable.
What a great race. Now we see all the teams here. Congratulations to all the teams watching us from behind, from back home. You did all a great effort. Congratulations really to all of you. And congratulations, of course, to Sander Koeman, the team from the Netherlands who made it. Actually, our 2 experts didn't have him on the radar, and you said Cleveland maybe would win. And we have a look now to the Netherlands. Here they are. Congratulations, Sander Koeman. Here is cheering. That was a great race. You did really great. And we want to talk a little bit. Now, let's have a look first at the graphics at the places 1 to 4. On first place, we already said, is from the Netherlands, Sander Koeman. And then we have second place, Johnny Beer from Great Britain. Then we have Mark Koen from the US on the third place, and Julian Joffrey from Switzerland. Congratulations to all of you. And now we go to the Netherlands, to Sander Koeman. He is connected to us live right now. And I say, Sander Koeman, really well done. Congratulations. And I cannot hear you. Sander, congratulations. That was a perfect race for you, was it? I cannot hear you. Now it's maybe a little bit better. So I'll ask again, Sander, describe the race a little bit from your perspective.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you now. So how was the race for you, Sander? Congratulations.
Hello?
We hear you. Go ahead. Yes.
Go ahead. Okay. Well, it was kind of a strange race because you cannot see your opponents.
Yeah, but still, it was the first place. Did you feel it during the race that you were so fast?
Yeah, it was going extremely well, and the time the race took was perfect for me because after, let's say, 3 minutes, I tend to drop down in power, so it was perfect for me.
Was it just a perfect day, or did you know that you were in perfect shape?
No, it was a perfect day also, because I didn't do it fast like this.
Yeah, I wanted to mention this. In 2016, the average speed of the winner was 15 km, and now you had around 27 kilometers per hour, which is extremely fast.
Yeah, but I don't know if it's really comparable to real-life cycling and the Wahoo we used. So it's a bit of a difficult comparison.
I'm sure you can say the difference. What do you think? Would you be that fast on the normal bike as well?
No, not as fast as that. We tried some runs outside, and we were over 20 kilometers an hour. That wasn't too much of a difficult, but not as fast as I did in a race.
But still, it was very fast, even if it was on Wahoo. So congratulations once again to the Netherlands, to Sander Koeman. Very well done. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you.
Let's go back here to our experts, Claudio Perret, those 27 kilometers per hour, I just mentioned it. That would be extremely fast. And he said that's maybe because of the Wahoo device. What do you think? Is it such a big difference between the normal tracks and the Wahoo?
There is, of course, a difference because you have air resistance, you have friction, and this will make a certain difference. That's clear. But how much it is, it's difficult to say. But he said he can come over 20 k's. So he's still quite fast, and that's what I was surprised most, that the pilots get faster and faster this year compared to 4 years ago.
Why did they get so much faster? What is it?
I think they learned about technology, about stimulation parameters, but if I look at them, I think they trained harder as well, or they changed training methods.
It's more competition in here. Robert Riener, you also said that the team from Cleveland, maybe would be the winner. They were not. So you were wrong. What's going on here?
Yeah, that was a great aha effect for me. I think that the team from Cleveland did not worsen themselves compared to 4 years ago. I think that the other teams with the more conventional technology using surface electrodes did improve so much because of the arguments, as Claudio said, better training and maybe also better stimulation technology. The team from London had a special adaptive controller, which is new. So something is going on, and that's very satisfying to see.
So the fight between the teams, that's something that actually is good for results in research.
Exactly, that's the idea of also organizing this competition to push the people to develop something great.
And I have somebody yelling into my ear, so I could, sorry for that. So thanks very much, Claudio Perret and Roger Riener. We're gonna see you later again. Thanks, Claudio, as an expert to join us here. And we have a little summary what's going on tomorrow. That was the last race for today. We have more information in the last hour of today's CYBATHLON live stream. We will be back with background information and many other things, such as stories about the medical tests, for example, at CYBATHLON. So we'll be right back after... No, let's have a look first. I'm sorry, let's have a look first what we're gonna see tomorrow.
Tomorrow at the CYBATHLON 2020 Global Edition. Even more exceptional performances, impressive technologies, and thrilling emotions. And 3 more disciplines. In the powered wheelchair race, pilots with a walking disability must even maneuver their robotic wheelchairs over stairs. In the powered leg prosthesis race, pilots with above-knee amputation or dysmelia use prosthetic legs to overcome everyday obstacles. And in the powered exoskeleton race, pilots with a paralysis of the legs have to master a course with exoskeletons. A day full of highlights and with lots of background information. To see on Saturday at the CYBATHLON 2020 Global Edition.
So we will have exciting races and competitions tomorrow. I really look forward to all these races tomorrow on the stairs, on these tracks you already seen before. But we're not done yet for today. We have another hour and we'll be back with a lot of background stories and other things around the CYBATHLON. If you want to know more, go to our website, cybathlon.com, and stay tuned. We'll be right back.
Success isn't just about what you accomplish in your life. It's about what you inspire others to do. Live your version of freedom of movement. We support paraplegics. for a lifetime.
New for you. New for Switzerland. For everyone who wants to watch more. The new streaming platform featuring Swiss films, series, and documentaries, all in your language. Stream anytime, anywhere. Stream Switzerland. Play Swiss. Discover everything Switzerland has to offer.
Hello everyone, we are back here live from ETH Zurich from the campus Hönkerberg. This is CYBATHLON 2020, the global edition. For all of you who are watching us since 3 hours, good to have you with us, and for everyone who just joined in, welcome. CYBATHLON 2020 Global Edition, a very special edition actually, because of the pandemic. The teams could not travel to Switzerland and compete against each other live. They had to do their races back home, record it and send it to Zurich, and we put everything together. But it doesn't matter, because we are really happy that we can still do the CYBATHLON. All the teams, the experts, the researchers, everyone was really happy that we could still do the CYBATHLON 2020. And here is the guy who actually invented CYBATHLON. It's Professor Robert Riener from ETH Zurich. And Robert, it was quite a nice 3 hours. We had 3 races. How was it for you?
It was impressive, and was amazing to see this new format. How it works. It's not directly comparable to the format we had 4 years ago, where it took place in a big stadium, but it has great new chances actually.
But changes, what was your highlight in these last 3 hours?
I enjoyed a lot the arm prosthesis race to see the pilots performing these many different tasks and challenges. And it's a great advantage having this technology here, having close views to the hands, seeing it with that close distance, which was great to see.
About close views, actually liked all disciplines, the BCI and everything, but that little thing, or actually that scene we saw during the arm prosthesis race with our Swiss Army knife man, as they called it, the expert, we can see it right now. He just changes his hand on the prosthesis to do other things. Here we can see him, Beat Grossen, cutting the paper, which is actually very hard to do with the prosthesis. So we have tomorrow more disciplines, like the leg prosthesis race, the powered wheelchair, and the exoskeleton. What you expect from the day tomorrow?
Again, very challenging and exciting technologies. I look forward to seeing the pilots, how they solve some of the new tasks. For example, they have now to open and close a door with a wheelchair, but not using their own hands, but a robotic device. We have new technologies with exoskeletons, new teams compared to last year's, and I'm very, very much looking forward to that.
I'm looking forward too. And looking back at today's races, there is one guy who actually saw all of it, and it's Nick Fellows from England who commented all the races. And I want to ask now, Nick, how was the day for you?
Thank you, Stefan. It was a fantastic day. It was my first time as a commentator for CYBATHLON, and I thought all of the events were exciting. You can see that the concept of the CYBATHLON is developing from 4 years ago. And there were some fabulous stories. Each and every one of the winners, deservedly so. The story for me was the one that you just touched on, the FES race, with everybody expecting the Americans from Cleveland to win the competition. like they did 4 years ago, only for the first-timer from Pulse Racing at Sander Koeman to win the race there. So that was one highlight for me, but I think the whole day has been a success under very difficult circumstances, not only for the performers themselves, but also for the behind the scenes, the crews. Everybody is dealing with this unique competition under very difficult circumstances, and I thought it was a great show.
Thank you very much, Nick Fellows. We will hear and see you again tomorrow, and I'm looking forward to hear your perfect English commenting all the races. Now we go back to Robert Riener. How important is it, like, if commentators like Nick, you can feel he's excited about the races. How important is this for CYBATHLON?
Of course, it's important that somebody is not only explaining details to the audience, which do not understand everything because it's so new. And it's also important to motivate the audience and to produce or to support to the production of excitement. I'm very much impressed how much they know about the details of the races, about the pilots. They can remember the names of the pilots, where I always had the problems if I don't know them personally. So it's a great job, and I'm happy that we have such a professional commentator here.
Yeah, now, Robert, you actually invented the CYBATHLON in 2013, and in 2016, it was the first CYBATHLON who actually took part quite close here in a Swiss arena in Kloten with an enthusiastic audience. It was a fantastic event for everybody involved, and so let's have a look back together to the CYBATHLON 2016.
Welcome to the CYBATHLON. This is the world's first bionic games.
Wir möchten jetzt den CYBATHLON ganz offiziell eröffnen.
The first CYBATHLON fascinates and inspires the world.
C'est assez fascinant. Une épreuve expérimentale qui repousse un peu plus loin encore les limites du corps humain. Regardez le CYBATHLON.
Weeks before the actual competition, numerous media are already interested in people with disabilities and their stories.
So I lost my leg when I was 19. Yeah, it was hard for me, definitely. Did not really know what to do.
Vor seinem Unfall kämpft der Peruaner in einer Antiterroreinheit seines Landes.
The pilots are really capturing the hearts of the spectators, explaining patiently how their prostheses work, explaining who they are, breaking down barriers.
This is actually about improving real lives.
The event is sold out with 4,000 spectators. As well as the races, there are programs for old and young to sensitively provide information on the topic.
Es ist mega cool und es ist gut für die Menschen, dass sie dann die Prothese und so haben können.
It's a big event. We've prepared for 2 years for that. You know, we have 30 people involved in this project, our 5 pilots, but also all the other pit crew that developed the technology.
More than 120 media are accredited, and they are not disappointed. What they see and experience here exceeds all expectations. People who fight, cry, laugh. Engineers, carers, pilots. They are here as one team. The media and public are in awe.
Ein neuer Sportler ist geboren, der Cybathlet.
Wie schwierig ist es?
Ja, am Anfang cool down, ruhig bleiben. Wie sagt man so schön? Don't crack under pressure.
It's a combination of technical people, nerds, and athletic people. So this is a team effort I've never seen before.
A community is born, which will be connected through this event forever.
I have made a lot of new friends.
Ich würde nie vergessen, dass ich mit der ersten CYBATHLON da war. I'm grateful.
The technology will improve year on year, and there is always one eye on the future. CYBATHLON is here to stay.
What fantastic pictures from CYBATHLON 2016. And I welcome now the director of CYBATHLON, Roland Sigrist. Roland, when you look back at these pictures, do you get goosebumps?
Yes, I always get goosebumps when I look back to 2016, when I see the highlights of 2016, because it was such a nice and also surprising event.
But those pictures, what do they do more with you when you look at them?
So I'm looking back to the teams that we met there, to the efforts we had to organize it, and also to the feelings we had before the event. We had no idea how it will turn out because it was the first time. And in the end, everyone was so emotional, and this was really a once-in-a-lifetime experience.
That event in 2016, the first CYBATHLON, what did it change in the world?
I think the pictures that the people saw were completely new. It was a combination of competition and technology and the people that were involved. So I think it opened the eyes of many people all around the world.
Now, Robert Riener, you invented actually the CYBATHLON in 2013. 2016 was the first CYBATHLON. How was it for you when you realized that it's such a big success?
It was also surprising, actually, that it finally worked. An idea which I had just during vacation, coming from nothing more or less. And when I presented it the first time to my lab, I didn't believe it myself that it would work. But thanks to the good people we have at ETH Zurich and in my lab, we were successful to organize it. And we attracted many more pilots and media and audience than we expected, and many more emotions watching the races.
Yeah, one. Okay, so there's we had to change the program a little bit, so that's why I'm confused. It doesn't matter at all. What impresses you the most when you look at that audience again? Because the pilots, they're kind of stars right there, are they?
Yeah, that's right. And it's important to say, since we have just a rather small numbers of pilots who can benefit from such races and emotions, we have to say they're a representative of all the people with disabilities. And we try to make our technologies affordable and reachable, accessible to many more people. And that's a big challenge in the next years, which we're working on.
Since you're actually the papa, the father of CYBATHLON, we visited him earlier in the days to find out how everything started.
Robert Riener considers the ETH Zurich Sensory Motor Systems Lab, located in the center of the city, his home. Today, the CYBATHLON creator and initiator is in to test a flexible exoskeleton of the latest generation.
Mich fasziniert an dem Forschen, dass wir hier Geräte und Robotik entwickeln, die mit den Menschen interagieren. Mit einem Athleten, mit Sportlern, aber auch mit Menschen mit Behinderung oder Patienten. Und auf die Weise wir dann eine körperliche Funktion verbessern können oder wieder zurückgewinnen können nach einer Verletzung zum Beispiel.
Developing new equipment, such as this wheelchair ergometer, and building things so that they can actually be used, has always been Robert Riener's passion. In 2013, he initiated the CYBATHLON.
Also ich habe in meiner täglichen Arbeit schon vor Jahren gemerkt, wir entwickeln eigentlich häufig Sachen, die nicht wirklich ankommen, die nicht akzeptiert werden von den Menschen mit Behinderung oder Patienten oder von Ärzten. Und die negative Konsequenz ist, dass die Geräte dann nicht gekauft werden oder nicht verschrieben werden für die Menschen. Und ich habe gesagt, wir müssen was tun, dass die Entwicklung besser wird, dass die Geräte besser den Bedürfnissen genügen von den Menschen mit Behinderung zum Beispiel. Und so habe ich den CYBATHLON ins Leben gerufen mit der Idee, dass wir also die besten Teams aus aller Welt nach Zürich kommen und dort mit ihren Piloten die Technik unter Beweis stellen.
In 2016, his idea was brought to life. Competitions with pilots from all over the world were held in Zurich, but the road had been rocky. Looking at some of his first sketches, Riener reminisces about those early days.
Die erste Reaktion auf die wirklich verrückte Idee war sehr gespalten. Es gab einerseits Leute, die waren begeistert, die haben gesagt, eine super Idee, was Neues, was Spannendes zum Zuschauen. Es gab aber auch sehr viele Skeptiker, die haben gesagt, ja, das ist zu verrückt, zu vielleicht gefährlich, auch vielleicht zu nah an einer Freakshow oder nicht umsetzbar, zu hohes finanzielles Risiko. Und für mich selber war die größte Angst eigentlich nur, dass ich nicht glaubhaft bin. Dass also Leute dann nicht kommen. Wir brauchen am wichtigsten für uns sind die Piloten, die Leute mit Behinderung, die dann auch teilnehmen und die Teams, die die Technik bringen. Und diese Glaubhaftigkeit zu besitzen, dass Leute sagen, ja, den Riener, den nehmen wir ernst. Wir kommen nach Zürich, die kommen ja übersee teilweise und haben wenig Budget. Und trotzdem sich dann das antun, hierher kommen und dann ihre Geräte zeigen beim Wettkampf. Das war die größte Herausforderung.
Many questioned the idea, but Robert Riener continued on his way. Soon there was a first trailer produced by his son. Riener managed to mobilize people and draw media attention. The first sketches of his idea marked the beginning of the event.
Die eigenen Skizzen damals waren natürlich auch sehr lückenhaft und so neu, dass ich vielleicht selber nicht geglaubt habe, dass es funktionieren kann. Aber wenn ich im Leben auch allgemein ein Problem vor mir sehe, dann versuche ich es halt zu lösen. Auf Teufel komm raus und kämpfe dafür und schalte halt dann viele Leute mit ein, engagiere, versuche andere Leute zu begeistern, zum Glück zu zwingen. Und dann funktioniert es halt auch. Wenn man wirklich will und dann Energie hat und Leute motivieren kann, dann schafft man das doch, dass man was Neues umsetzen kann.
The CYBATHLON is Robert Riener's brainchild. Others may now be organizing the event, but the CYBATHLON still remains close to his heart.
An impressive story, and we also know now how he really looks like. You have a beard under your mask. That's what we learned out of this video. No, just kidding. To have an idea, that's one thing, but to really do it, that's something else. How much courage was needed to do it?
Of course, you need a lot of courage and maybe courage, and maybe you need to be a little bit of crazy that you have these ideas. But what we also have to say is we have a great network and great conditions here in Switzerland, here at ETH Zurich, and with a connection to the many countries in Europe, but in the world. We have to have this openness. We have to keep this openness to be successful and be able to organize such kind of innovation.
You said that it wasn't easy to actually convince everybody. And someone told me that you used a trick to convince actually everybody. You told the medias, I have the teams, I have the pilots, and you told the teams, don't worry, the medias will be there, so you have to come. That was a little bit risky, was it?
Yes, but it was not like lying. It was just half-truths. Yeah? So knowing that the media is ready to come, but they didn't sign anything. But knowing that the many teams I know from the conferences since 20, 30 years are also potentially ready to come, helped me to convince them and tell them, yeah, everyone comes, so you have to come as well.
Very good trick. I have to remember this one. Roland Zigrich, the director of the CYBATHLON, how important is Robert as a thinker, as a figure, as a person as itself?
Of course, he's very important. I know Robert since a long time already. I was a student in his lab already. So he always motivated me and pushed me. Also, when we were developing the races for the first CYBATHLON, where I was the competition director. So he's inspirational also when he motivates us to go on to create new ideas, which we also did this year. So this is what I learned also from Robert.
Robert, it's your baby, the CYBATHLON. How hard was it to let the baby grow and run away and give it in the hands of others?
It's of course a lot of work behind it, and you must know that I do not only organize competitions, I also have a research lab and do teaching. So partly this work had to be done at night and additional time. But what has to be said most importantly is that there's a great team behind all this. And finally they took it over, and now I can easily go to vacation, and the head is now Roland, and I feel very well. It worked well.
Very good. Now we want to talk to somebody who actually took part in 2016 CYBATHLON and also takes part in this year's CYBATHLON, and it's Florian Hauser, and we are connected with him right now. Florian, nice to see you.
Good evening, everybody. I hope you're all well.
We are all well. Thank you very much. Now, Florian, in 2016, you won the powered wheelchair race. Can you describe the emotions you had back then?
Yeah, it was a once-in-a-lifetime moment. It was in this big arena. We have no idea how it would be, and it was such a great moment in front of all these people. It was just great.
Did CYBATHLON 2016 change something in your life? Did it give you something?
Yeah, the most that it gives me was to show what handicapped people need in a competition way and not in a sad way. And that's a great job, and that great job that do CYBATHLON.
I know when I saw you racing last autumn, you're always smiling, you're very happy when you're sitting on your wheelchair. Now you're racing again, we're gonna see your race tomorrow, but tell us a little bit, how went your race when you recorded it?
It works very well. We did our new best time, so I don't know what it means against the other teams, but for our team, it was really the best race we showed at that day, yes.
Very good. What has changed the most since 2016 at your wheelchair? What got a lot better?
The wheelchair became a caterpillar, so we are faster at the stairs, and we get a robotic arm to open and close the door. That's the biggest difference.
Very good. We're looking forward, and I know that your robotic arm wasn't working very well all the time. I remember last autumn at the main station in Zurich. Thank you very much, Florian Hauser, for joining us, and I'm looking forward to see your race tomorrow. Now, Robert Riener, guys, figures like Florian Hauser, CYBATHLON needs those people.
Of course, they are representatives of a large group of people. They also need to be brave to do this. They need to have time and a commitment. They do training. They are communicating with the research lab and team. We need them not only as pilots for the races, we need them to get the input, to develop the technical details, to understand the requirements they have.
Now, I am not sure what's coming next. Oh, yeah. Let's have a look back in spring. CYBATHLON 2020 should have taken part actually the same way as 2016, but then the pandemic came and we had to decide to do it or not. And we put a lot of effort, those two guys and many more teams put a lot of effort into the CYBATHLON 2020 project to make it happen in a different way. But there were many circumstances, and let's have a look how that worked.
I remember CYBATHLON 2016 very well. It was just overwhelming for me.
CYBATHLON 2016 was very special because the world has never seen a CYBATHLON before.
It was so emotional, and the atmosphere in the stadium.
Somehow also a bit unexpected.
Back then I was responsible for all the teams in the core room, and I had one of the best experiences of my life. The whole team, we were really like, yeah, we have to do that again because it was so meaningful.
The initiator of the CYBATHLON, Professor Robert Riener, had to give talks every week and give interviews every week. And this is why we came up with the CYBATHLON series. In Japan, we did wheelchair races. And a special story there was that the dean of a university in Japan asked the professor to create a new wheelchair team to compete at this series. And this professor was so inspired by the competition and was so happy in the end. This is what CYBATHLON is about, to create new assistive technologies.
My highlight was, it's really hard to say because every event we did and every experience in series we did was really a highlight because you meet so many different people and you meet all the CYBATHLON teams and they are committed, they are amazing. All the pilots are so nice and into this project.
The CYBATHLON 2020 was planned for more teams. Also, we included now 2 days, 1 day of qualification and 1 day of finals. More than 90 teams from all over the world were registered for May 2020. We had, because of that, we had a lot of more volunteers. 1,200 volunteers were ready.
And then in January, because we were in close contact with the Asian teams, we learned that they face COVID-19. And so we started to think, okay, so maybe they can't come to Europe.
And then in March, we realized that we cannot have this international event due to the COVID-19 pandemic. It was just clear that it's impossible. Also, we did not want to invite all the teams to fly to Zurich in this situation, so we postponed the event to September.
But it was clear, I think, in the beginning of April that we can't even have an event, a physical event in September 2020. So we discussed this within the team, and we didn't want to let it go. There are student teams and there are other teams that are only financed until the end of 2020, and they have worked so hard together with their pilots to participate in the CYBATHLON.
And this is why we came up with a new CYBATHLON 2020 Global Edition format, where the teams compete decentralized at their home institutions. We wanted to give the teams the chance to show the world what they have achieved in the last years and how they prepared for CYBATHLON 2020.
The most important thing is that we have an amazing CYBATHLON team.
So it was great that the CYBATHLON community, with the teams, all the partners, took the chance to come up with a new creative event format. They supported us a lot. Everyone had to commit themselves to the project, and this was a great experience also for us, that everyone is working toward the same goal.
Postpone the CYBATHLON, postpone it again, and then do a completely different version, the global edition. Roland Sigrist, how many times did you think, oh, stop it, it's not working anymore?
Actually, I never thought this. Maybe I learned this also from Robert.
You sure? Never?
No, really. I never thought we should skip it or postpone it. Of course, on a day when you're working hard, you have some other feelings sometimes. But in general, I was convinced that we have to do this format. It's new, it's creative, and the teams also like it, so we should do it.
I saw you working in the last few days as well. How much sleep did you get in the last week?
Actually, I think I got enough sleep. I went to sleep quite early, but I had long days still.
What was the toughest to organize all this, now the global edition?
I think it was really tough to organize this decentralized event. You have to communicate with the teams almost on a daily basis. You have to write down guidelines, how to set up the tracks, how to communicate with the referees on site, how to film the races. So there were a lot of instructions and support we gave to the teams, and the teams gave us feedback, worked with us, collaborated. So this communication was the biggest challenge.
Now, Robert, you invented the CYBATHLON, you saw the CYBATHLON 2016, and now you see the global edition. It's a different way to do it. Do you think it's maybe even a chance for CYBATHLON to do it in this way?
Definitely there are chances. It's not directly comparable. Last time we had a big audience in a stadium with different emotions. This time we have many stadiums, we have many locations all over the world joining the CYBATHLON. And I think what we learn, and Roland he can say maybe more about this, is that we have a new format which adds to the old format. And that's during this pandemic situation something which we learn now very often, that we are learning new things which are not exactly replacing everything old, but which can be added up to the old things. And I think future of CYBATHLON will be still events in stadiums combined with online events.
Very good. The update actually for the CYBATHLON. Thank you very much. And thanks, Roland Sigrist, Director of CYBATHLON. Thanks for joining us. We're going to see you tomorrow again, of course. And we're going to have a little break, but do not run away, because there will be quite a few good informations after the break. For example, the medical tests all the pilots have to do. Very interesting topic. So stay tuned. We'll be right back.
Mein Name ist Michel Fornacier und für mich hat die Zukunft längst begonnen. In dieser Hinsicht ist EKZ für mich ein verlässlicher Partner.
Zuverlässig, ökologisch und günstig mit Strom versorgt. EKZ, stolzer Partner des CYBATHLON.
CYBATHLON moves people and technology. Schultes Clinic is medical partner.
Die brauche ich tagtäglich nicht so viel Courage. Ich meine, wir sind seit 32 Jahren unterwegs mit dieser Prothese. Kommen immer wieder irgendwie interessante, lustige Begegnungen zustande. Ich regel mich das mit Humor, die lustigen Gegebenheiten, die da kommen. Und Courage, ja. Courage braucht man jeden auf die Art.
We're back here at CYBATHLON 2020 Global Edition, live from ETH Zurich, from the campus Henkerberg. And a very important topic for CYBATHLON is the inclusion of people with physical disabilities, of course. And inclusion is also very important for our partners, such as the Cerebral Foundation. So we took the chance to visit the managing director of the Cerebral Foundation, Thomas Erne.
Ich melde mich morgen wieder bei dir. Ich wünsche dir einen ganz schönen Tag. Bis bald. Ciao Angela, tschüss, bye bye, ciao.
Thomas Erne has been the managing director of the Cerebral Foundation for more than 3 years. He loves his job.
We help in everyday situation people, so we have care products that we're going to deliver to the people with a cerebral palsy. But we also do a lot in the field of mobility and leisure, where we enable people to do hiking with their families up in the high mountains in Switzerland.
And he's on his way to the mountains, up to 2,190 meters to the Stockhorn.
Salut Rese, schön dich wieder mal zu sehen.
Salut Thomas, schön bist du gekommen.
Herrlich hier bei diesem Wetter auf dem Stockhorn. Fantastisch, super. Und du hast die ganze Flotte hier bereit für uns heute. Sehr gut, super. These fantastic off-road wheelchairs enable really the people to discover the natural. Actually, we have 7 destinations in Switzerland, as well as leisure parks, where these off-road wheelchairs are in service. A wonderful service we can provide all over Switzerland.
The next station is the Bönningen campsite, where a disabled access toilet will be delivered.
Salut Marcel.
Salut Thomas.
Schön, dass das klappt. Perfekt.
Ja.
Wirklich pünktlich angekommen hier mit den behindertengerechten Toiletten. Wir sind sehr froh, wir sind sehr dankbar.
The Cerebral Foundation organizes disabled access toilets for events and public spaces. A very important service.
Sehr gut, Marcel. Also recht herzlichen Dank, dass wir auch jetzt hier wieder diesen Sommer das Angebot anbieten können, dass Menschen mit Beeinträchtigung auch die sanitären Anlagen nutzen können. Hier die Kajakvermietung oder die Kajakschule hier im Brienzersee. Sit on this, okay.
One leg on the left and one on the right.
Excellent. What do you want to? It's amazing to see these people here happy on the boat in the natural. You brought kayaking for people with disabilities to Switzerland a couple of years ago.
Yeah, so we've been working on the project for the last 5 years and it's been a great success. And yeah, absolutely, it's great to see, giving the opportunity to people to get out there and experience what what we love about the sport as well, just being close to nature. And I think what's really special about it is that, you know, if you're a wheelchair user, you get out of your wheelchair and into the boat, there is no disability anymore. You have that freedom to go wherever you like, and you look at the group, you don't know who's got a disability or not.
The nice thing we've got is the gratitude and the joy we get from the people with disability when they can make excursions together, when they can ski together, just to do things together with their family and with their friends. As we just saw in the Lake of Brienz, with this happiness in the faces of these people, and it makes it really amazing to work for this foundation and to do good things for people with disabilities.
With some special equipment, it's easy to include people with physical disabilities. So, Robert, I ask you the question, is it really necessary that we need high-tech system like in CYBATHLON to make the inclusion better?
It's not necessary. There are many ways how you can bring people together in order to promote inclusion. But technology is a nice method, a nice media to support this this way. Technology can be fascinating. Robotics is fascinating. And this makes people aware about the technology. So people come together, talk together, and with this kind of seeing each other, we can support inclusion.
But is it really something that comes down to the people in everyday life? Isn't CYBATHLON a little bit too specialized, something like that?
That depends a bit about the readiness of the people to watch such kind of athletic or competitive events where technology plays a role. It might not be the interest of all people, of course, but we hope that we reach out to a large fraction of the people, and we try to make it easy from the rules, entertaining from the way it is presented, so that we hope that many people are switching on and watching it.
So their inclusion actually begins also in our minds, in our brains. And that's, of course, the important thing. And that's also something that CYBATHLON wants to achieve. Now, inclusion is also a big topic for some of our partners. And the goal should be to enable to include all the disabled people to society. The Swiss Organization for the Disabled, Pro Infirmis, is committed to this topic in Switzerland.
The Great Hall of the University of Freiburg. Today's lecture, Public Law. Lecturer, Adriano Previtali. He's a professor of law and also the president of Pro Infirmis, the Swiss Organization for the Disabled. He was one of the first professors in a wheelchair at the University of Freiburg and the first one at the law faculty.
Penso che la presenza fisica sul posto davanti agli studenti di una persona in carrozzina o con un altro handicap sia già un insegnamento importante sia per gli studenti sia per i colleghi. Poi naturalmente si può all'interno dei corsi spiegare quali sono le discriminazioni e quali sono i diritti, però la presenza, proprio la Haltung generale, è altrettanto importante.
Adriano Previtali is committed to creating an inclusive society, meaning that people with a disability can live as independently as possible and without barriers.
Facciamo delle campagne informative che tendono proprio a dare una nuova immagine delle persone disabili, più attiva, inserite nella società, a togliere proprio questa stigmatizzazione dell'handicap. Questo è il nostro messaggio e le nostre varie campagne vanno in questa direzione.
Not far out of Freiburg, this inclusion is reality in a project called Accompanied Living. Simeon Chenot has been receiving support for about a month because household chores are challenging for him. Philippe Storny from Pro Infirmis visits him once a week to help out.
Ok. Voilà, regarde, t'as vu la différence? Ouais, c'est plus propre. C'est propre, c'est net.
Each week, the two men focus on a different room in the apartment to keep things tidy.
Comme vous voyez, c'est pas une partie vraiment rangée, la chambre encore. Mais ça va venir. On a eu un très bon feeling et c'est justement ça qu'on arrive à faire des choses bien. En 2 heures, on travaille super bien et à la fin, je suis hyper content quand il part.
The support works. Thanks to Pro Infirmis, everyday life is much easier for many people. But there is still a lot for society to do, because mental barriers towards disabled people still exist. They stand in the way of inclusion.
Quelques barrières que certaines personnes peuvent avoir, c'est pour des gens handicapés qui n'arrivent pas à trouver d'appartement, qui n'arrivent pas à s'intégrer dans un sport, qui ne soit pas si bien accompagné.
Non credo molto che le leggi possano influire su questo, ma ci vuole proprio un approccio culturale nuovo, un dialogo, una partecipazione più attiva delle persone disabili nei vari ambiti, a livello politico, a livello sociale, a livello professionale, e attraverso l'esempio e il contatto con le altre persone si possono ottenere veramente dei progressi culturali.
Merci pour le travail.
Merci à toi.
There is still a demand for action when it comes to inclusion. This is exactly where Pro Infirmus steps in. Direct contact can be a key to breaking down barriers that still exist in society's minds.
À la prochaine. À la prochaine. Ciao. Merci.
Merci.
Very interesting clip here, and I want to introduce you now to our new guest. It's Sina Maria Magnali. She's a neurologist in the Schultes Clinic. We're going to get known to you a little bit later more and know more about your work, actually. We've talked before that inclusion begins in the mind. Would you agree?
Oh, I would completely agree. I think even in medicine, when we are there, we always have this barrier in our head that we don't think really that there are different things, but they're really in the middle of society, those people, or these pilots, and CYBATHLON is an event which really promotes this.
And where do you think, where are the biggest barriers in life for disabled people?
I think it's probably defining everything on their disability. People with spinal cord injuries function completely normal, except that they have problems walking or using their arms. And I think that one reduces one on this physical disability is one of the main aspects, I would think.
And I want to ask now Robert. Robert, we are talking about inclusion. So in Switzerland, if we are a scale from 1 to 10, how far is Switzerland? 10 would be best, perfect inclusion. 1 is not so good. Where are we right now in Switzerland?
Maybe somewhere in the middle or a bit better than the middle. There's still a lot to do because many of these aspects, many of these barriers are not that visible. So many people, if I would ask you, do you have a problem with people with disabilities? Would you discriminate them? Everyone would say, no, not of course. But involuntarily, they do not take care of them suddenly if they are in the environment. They suddenly don't see them anymore. They produce barriers in their minds, at least. They consider them as persons who are ill, but they're not ill. They just have maybe lost one arm or have a paralysis which stays. They're just different in their appearance, which is not bad. And people forget about this, and then they behave in a strange way.
So barriers begin in the brain, in our mind. How can we fight them?
We fight this already not only with competitions like the CYBATHLON. We start at a very early stage. It's important that young students, young children, get confronted with this aspect, not by showing problems, but by bringing them together with people with disabilities. We launched a school project, CYBATHLON at School, where a person with a disability goes to school, presents technology, presents something which doesn't need to be related to the disability. It can be anything. But in this way, when the people see that this is a very normal person who's nice, who is not different to the other people, then they get used to this, used to that kind of, to disabilities in an early stage, which they hopefully keep for the rest of their life.
We were talking about Switzerland. Where do we stand with the inclusion? Question to Sina. What do you think from the, on the scale from 1 to 10? Where do we stand in the world?
I think there is an awareness there that inclusion is a big theme, and especially in comparison to other countries. For example, the more developing countries, I would suggest. But I think we are we have gone a long way, but there's still some places to go. There's some place to go, and in comparison to the others, we are probably on a good way. Yes.
Now we want to have a look to Africa. What's the situation there?
Well, so we actually had one African team, and it also represents the awareness of CYBATHLON and people with handicaps over there. I think it's far less behind. It hasn't really reached those sensibilities.
We see this team right now in our picture. You can keep talking the situation in Africa. We have the Swiss, this team here, we can see them. They could not take part. Do you know more about it?
So yes, so this is the participant from Tanzania who wasn't able actually to participate. I don't know the exact reason why it has come that he couldn't participate, but it was quite a disappointment for him not to participate from what he has said and read. And I think, like every team, he has very much trained for this event with much enthusiasm. So, yeah.
Yeah, it was actually because the COVID-19 pandemic, they had in the team big problems and they could not take part. So yeah, it is a big challenge, the pandemic. Robert.
Yes, the pandemic is a big challenge. That's just wearing the mask is already a problem with communication. And keeping distance is a problem. Yeah, we have safety rules to take care of the pilots that they don't fall. And we need some physical virginity to organize it, but we were happy that we were able to organize it anyways by keeping these distance rules, for example.
We just saw the Swiss Limbs team in Tanzania, and how important is it that Swiss Limbs brings also prosthesis to Africa?
That's very important, because a problem in less developed countries is that they don't have, they cannot afford the technology. And it's also our goal to make technology not only visible to the general public, but also affordable. And that's, for me, one of the biggest challenges overall. I mean, we have great new technology, and we have a great situation in Switzerland also with respect to inclusion, because we are well advanced, we have the money for this. And that's a problem in other countries, of course.
So there's one team who could not take part, the team from Tanzania, very unlucky. There are also other teams who could not take part because of the situation, but many other teams could take part. But all the pilots, they had to pass a physical medical test, and here we have some more information about that.
Today is an important day for Thomas Krieg.
Meine Erwartungen beim Medizincheck hier in der Schultesklinik sind, dass ich den Anforderungen für den CYBATHLON gerecht werde, dass meine Lähmungen den Spielregeln entsprechen, und ansonsten bin ich selber gespannt, was für neurologische Untersuchungen gemacht werden für den Wettkampf.
Two doctors perform the checkup together.
Bei einer solchen Untersuchung nehmen wir den neurologischen Status. Wir müssen festlegen oder diagnostizieren, wo eine Verletzung des Rückenmarkes stattgefunden hatte oder ob ein Bein oder ein Arm fällt. Das ist einfach, aber vor allem geht es um die Lähmungen an den Armen und an den Beinen. Und das ist eine standardisierte Untersuchung.
The doctor Zina Marie Manjeli tests Thomas's reflexes.
Okay, so das Bein. Meine Beeinträchtigung ist eine komplette Paraplegie vom 12. Brustwirbel herab. Und passiert ist es auf der Bobbahn in St. Moritz bei einer Trainingsfahrt, wo wir einen Sturz hatten und ich den Rücken brach.
Dann würde ich dich bitten, nochmal auf die Kante sich zu mobilisieren.
The examination takes 45 minutes. Will he pass the test? But the Schultes Clinic does not just test Swiss pilots.
Für den CYBATHLON 2020 haben wir die Aufgabe übernommen, alle Piloten rund um die Welt, wegen Corona natürlich, virtuell zu untersuchen, mit von uns designierten Fachspezialisten, und machen die Untersuchungen gleich für alle Piloten. Und wir überwachen, dass diese Untersuchungen korrekt durchgeführt werden und dass auch keiner der Piloten eine Lähmung nur vortäuschen kann.
Okay, zero.
Francesco Batella is one of the 57 pilots being tested by the Schultes Clinic. It's all about the pilot's safety.
For me, I did this kind of test a lot of time in my life. It's a bit strange to do a virtual check like this.
So I think then we can just confirm that you are eligible to participate in the CYBATHLON 2020. And we, as the medical team, wish you good luck.
I am ready for CYBATHLON. We are doing the trainings, so we are trying to improve our time in races, and we are quite ready for the races.
The Schultes Clinic's commitment to the CYBATHLON is not without reason.
Uns verbindet wirklich die innovative Medizin. Uns verbindet auch, dass der Patient im Mittelpunkt steht, dass es rund um den Patienten geht und dass wir im CYBATHLON und auch in der Schultes Klinik die Beweglichkeit wirklich auch fördern für den Patienten.
Also
Back to Thomas Krieg.
Untersuchung abgeschlossen. Wir können bestätigen, dass du bei diesen Competition mitmachen kannst in der Kategorie. Bravo, weitermachen.
Werde ich machen. Danke vielmals. Ich bin bereit für den CYBATHLON 2020. Jetzt geht es darum, noch den letzten Schliff, gutes Gefühl zu holen, damit wir dann die Bühne rocken.
I hope he has a good feeling tomorrow. Thomas Krieg, we're going to see him racing tomorrow with the exoskeleton. And back to Sina Maria Magnali, you're a neurologist at You say what you are.
A neurologist.
Thank you very much. At the Schultes Clinic, we just saw it in the video, you made over 60 tests with people all over the world. How tough was that?
Well, it was a challenge all over the world to organize it, but it was so rewarding for us as well. So tough in the terms, not only because there were so many teams, but also because of the challenge that it has to be done online.
What was the biggest challenge?
So we don't see the patient. So that's always a problem as a doctor if you don't see the pilot. So we really had to rely on our neurological colleagues who were present domestically, whilst we were present virtually and while they were examining. So it was really a team effort over countries and over barriers, really.
Now, the medical test, it's not only if they can race, but it's also about safety for the athletes. Can you tell us more about that safety topic?
Yeah, so the safety issue is it's quite a high impact sport they are doing while they're racing. So what we first want to check if they have a lesion, but also if they fulfill the inclusion and exclusion criteria, and then if they are safe in terms of, do they have enough trunk stability, for example, to race all this time, if they have enough cardiovascular fitness to participate over this period of time and after this training effort. So it's really about like checking that again and seeing the patient physically or virtually. Yeah, that's really the problem.
So, but that's actually the chance to CYBATHLON, because only now it's even possible to do all these checks worldwide.
Yeah, that's what we learned now. It's a great learning effect of the CYBATHLON. We can organize remote events. We can provide medical support over distance with, of course, also support from local providers. And sometimes it's even an advantage. I know from one team, the Brazilian FES team, they could participate at the CYBATHLON because they did not need to travel that long distance and pay the money for it. So it's a great chance for many people.
Very good part. Just one last short question. Were there cases where you could not leave the pilots take part?
Actually, this year there were no pilots we couldn't include into the CYBATHLON, but that's also part because they have undergone a checkup before, like a document checkup, which has been done by the organizing team. So no, there were no pilots which were excluded from the race.
Very good. Thank you very much for all this information. We have just a little break and we'll be right back.
Success isn't just about what you accomplish in your life. It's about what you inspire others to do. Live your version of freedom of movement. We support paraplegics for a lifetime.
New for you. New for Switzerland. For everyone who wants to watch more. The new streaming platform featuring Swiss films, series and documentaries, all in your language. Stream anytime, anywhere. Stream Switzerland. Play Swiss. Discover everything Switzerland has to offer.
After all of the exo stuff and seeing where the technology is going and fully understanding what it's like to be in a wheelchair and, you know, or just to have the disability situation, what really is kind of turned into a happiness for me is seeing other people be able to regain abilities that they thought they once lost, or being able to accept the fact that they may not have those abilities, but being able to understand why, or, you know, or get through that. So, because I spend a lot of my time, most of the time, you know, speaking with people, and especially, you know, people in my position. And one of the biggest things that's made me happy is seeing those people kind of witness firsthand that I'm able to do these things, and then having the realization, well, if he can do that, well, then I can do this. And seeing the transition from the I'm lost and I can't do it phase to the, you know, I'm going to figure out a way, you know, mentality. So seeing that come around with people has been a big helper for me over the years.
We are almost at the end of the first day of CYBATHLON 2020 Global Edition, and there's one more day to come. Tomorrow we have 3 more races, and Sina Maria, the highlight. What time will you for sure join our live stream to watch?
I think I will be actually present for the whole afternoon
Even
tomorrow.
better.
Yes, but I think the exoskeleton is what really it made such a difference for these pilots. So I really want to watch that race, and so that's what I'm looking forward to very much.
I think everybody's looking forward to the exoskeleton race. Robert, exoskeleton race, is that your highlight as well?
It's maybe the most advanced technologies being involved in that kind of discipline. On the other hand, the prosthetic race is also interesting. It might look a bit more simple. It doesn't need to be even powered, the device. And it's a fast race as well. So I think each of the disciplines and races has some kind of interest tomorrow.
Yeah, there's not only the exoskeleton race or the powered leg prosthesis race, there's a lot more. And here, what you can look forward to for tomorrow.
Tomorrow at the CYBATHLON 2020 Global Edition. Even more exceptional performances, impressive technologies, and thrilling emotions. And 3 more disciplines. In the powered wheelchair race, pilots with a walking disability must even maneuver their robotic wheelchairs over stairs. In the powered leg prosthesis race, pilots with above-knee amputation or dysmelia use prosthetic legs to overcome everyday obstacles. And in the powered exoskeleton race, pilots with a paralysis of the legs have to master a course with exoskeletons. A day full of highlights and with lots of background information. To see on Saturday at the CYBATHLON 2020 Global Edition.
Yes, is that what you can look forward to tomorrow. And I say thank you to Robert Riener. Thanks for joining us today. We're going to see you again tomorrow, and we'll keep talking about your baby, the CYBATHLON. Thank you very much, Sina Maria, for joining us. Thanks for the very interesting information about the medical tests that all the pilots actually have to do. Thanks for being here. Now, we are almost done, but do not run away, because now we have the best pictures of the day for you. And remember to join in tomorrow at 1:00 p.m. At 1:00 p.m. we will start the live stream. Depending from where we are watching, I say good morning, good afternoon, or good night. This is CYBATHLON 2020 Global Edition. Thank you very much for watching. See you tomorrow. Good night.